Hello. Happy Sunday. I gotta be honest, I got to bed like an hour ago. I'm on my first iced coffee right now. So I'm still tired. Yeah, I slept a lot. I've been sleeping a lot. And I'm still tired. You know. I'm obviously a very healthy individual, very mentally well adjusted individual. What can I say? Bouncy streamer time, bouncy streamer, bouncy streamer, bouncy. Yeah, I'm very sleepy until I get my iced coffee in me, and then I will be still sleepy, but maybe slightly less sleepy. Yum 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 yum. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. I don't know what you guys have been up to this weekend because I haven't streamed. I haven't streamed on my channel since what, Thursday? Yeah, Friday, nothing. Yesterday, Saturday, we were on Nyx's channel doing shenanigans over there. So I didn't get to talk to you guys. I'm having a great weekend, yeah. What defines a great weekend? What does one do on a great weekend? I suppose that's somewhat subjective, honestly. Because my idea of a great weekend is that I don't leave the house. Nobody bothers me. I have no obligations. I'll just relax and be cozy and watch a good show and eat some yummy snacks. That's a good weekend to me. I suppose I could do something fun once in a while. Maybe, but my idea of fun is staying home and playing video games and being a little gremlin on the internet. I'm just tired. University go brr. Oh yeah, it is September. A lot of you guys just went back to school this month. Right. Hopefully they're not hitting you too hard with too much stuff to do and too many papers and too much homework and too much to learn. But you got this. I believe in you. You got this. I got to hang out with my good friend and went to an arcade and got to play arcade game I haven't got to play in years. Oh, okay, arcades are pretty fun. I'm never good at the arcade games though. I like that one. I don't know what it's called. It's like skee ball or something. I'm not good at it, by the way. I'm bad at it, but I don't know. Something about it is just fun because the ball rolls so smoothly on it and it goes boop and then it goes into a little hole. I just find it fun. I don't know why. Or like the little claw machines. I like those because you get like a cute little toy out of it. I like cute little toys. Why does Oxford University give us so much work? I don't know. Don't all universities give a lot of work? I don't know. I've only ever been to one university, so I can't really say for sure. But I think a lot of schools in general probably give a lot of work. Is that like a fancy school? I don't remember if that one's a fancy school. Like prestigious or whatever. They probably, I don't know. They probably give more work. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I'm sure fancier, more expensive, prestigious schools probably give a little more work than, I don't know, like a community college. I'm not sure. I don't have enough experience to say. Gun, it's a light gun shooter from the arcade where you shoot clowns and ghouls in the face in a bloody glory. Ooh, I've never been a fan of the shooting games in arcades. I don't know why. Something about the guns feels very awkward, and I never felt like they were, I don't know, they always felt awkward to play. Because I like shooting games. I like shooting video games. I like shooting guns. That was fun. But I don't know, something about the arcade game versions of shooting guns. I just found them awkward. But I'm sure they're very fun. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been to an arcade in so long. I don't know what kind of arcade games there are out there at this point. But this reminded me, I saw a picture on Twitter the other day, and it was like the OG pinball game from like on your computer. Do you guys remember that? You guys remember the pinball game that you could play on your computer like a bajillion years ago? And it unlocked like a core memory for me because when I was a kid and we had a computer, but at one point we had a computer but it wasn't hooked up to internet, so the only thing I could do on the computer is play like Minesweeper or this fucking pinball game. And like if I was really bored, I would just sit there and play this fucking pinball game. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Wait, I wonder if I could find it. I should pull it up. That'll be what we do today. We play pinball on stream. No, I'm just kidding. Pinball computer game. 3D pinball for Windows. I feel like it was maybe that one. I don't know if it's 3D. Oh, okay, yeah. 3D pinball Space Cadet. Can I like install it? I can play it in a browser. But yeah, anyways, so I saw that and I had like a core memory unlocked from my childhood, basically. I just checked, it's in the top 4 global best. Ooh, look at you, fancy, going to a fancy university, fancy, fancy, fancy. Well, probably you're pretty smart to have gotten in there in the first place. So I imagine you can probably handle the work that they're giving you. I'll believe in you. You got this. You're gonna get all A's on your work and you're gonna graduate on, what is it called? I don't know, Dean's Honor Roll, and you're gonna get a really successful fancy person job when you graduate, and it'll be so successful. Hi, Argern. Argern? Is that how you say your name? There's no vowels, bro. How am I supposed to read that, bro? Argern. Like, what, a vowel kill you? You guys are allergic to vowels in your usernames now? I'm supposed to read it and I sound like a pirate. Arr. 10 essays first week. Oh, only 10? Oh, you got this. This should be easy. That's a lot. Why do you have so many essays? How many courses do you take per semester? Because I remember when I was in university, we had 5 courses was like a full-time schedule, I think, per semester. So you'd have 10 different courses throughout, 1 year, unless you took summer courses. But yeah, so you'd have 5 each semester. So even if every course gave you an essay the first week, you'd only have 5. So I'm not sure exactly how it works where you are and at your school, but 10 essays in the first week is a lot, no? I mean, I guess it depends on the length of the essay. Maybe they're shorter. Because I'm thinking like full-blown essays. I'm thinking like 15, 20 page essays. You usually don't get those in the first week. Those are usually later in the semester though, in my experience. But my course did not require a lot of essay writing. It was mostly research papers, potentially, or lab reports type of thing. But mostly it was just like quizzes, midterms, final exam, lab reports, and not a lot of essay writing. So I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of experience with courses that are heavily weighted on essays and writing. I took quite a few courses. I remember one semester I took 6 courses, which is obviously more than the regular load, because what happened was the first half of the year, the first semester of the year, I ended up dropping one of my courses because I didn't need it and it was like ridiculously hard for no reason. And I was like, wait, why am I taking this? But it was too late to get into another course. So I was like, oh, that's fine. I'll just take 6 the next semester. And then I did that. I was like my first year though, so that was a long time ago. I don't really remember being too stressed out about it because it was my first year. So the courses you take in the first year are kind of introductory. For me, it was just a lot of review from like my high school courses because it was like intro chemistry, intro biology, intro whatever. And a lot of this stuff I'd learned already in high school from my chemistry, biology, whatever courses. So it was pretty easy first year. So it wasn't too bad. I'm like 8 to 10. I think I made a mistake. How many do you normally take? How many are you supposed to take? Because I don't know. Every school might be a little different. I'm not sure exactly how it works. But yeah, for mine, it was basically 5 courses per semester. So 10 courses per year. And then obviously over the course of 4 years, that'd be like, what, 40 different courses you take. And you have to take specific ones. And then you get your degree. Bada bing, bada boom. Easy peasy. Callie, want to know something crazy? I almost got into a bad chainsaw accident on Wednesday and it left a small gash on my forearm. I'm fine now though. I am glad you're fine. I gotta be careful with chainsaws, I think. I actually find them kind of scary. You would never catch me using a chainsaw because I think they're very scary. I don't know exactly how chainsaws work, but it feels like it's very easy, if you're not careful, to accidentally cut off your fucking arm, right? And I would be like so nervous using a chainsaw or being like around a chainsaw while it's on. I'd be like, no, actually, I choose life. I'm okay. Like, I'm not gonna cut down a tree with a chainsaw. I'll pay someone to do that. I don't have any trees. I don't have any trees that need chopped down, so I'm in no danger of needing to use a chainsaw. Can anyone just use a chainsaw? Can you just like go buy a chainsaw and use it? That seems kind of dangerous if they let just anybody use those things. I'm sure it comes with like a instruction manual and some warnings, but if I know one thing about people, it's that they don't listen to those. They don't read those. They're like, oh yeah, no, this is fine. Everything's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Everything's fine. Yeah, no, you'll never catch me using a chainsaw unless it's in like a video game or something. Then I would use a chainsaw. But I'm not gonna use a chainsaw IRL. I like life. Honestly, I'm even kind of iffy around like lawnmowers. I'll use them, obviously. I haven't had to use one in a long time because I don't own a home. So I don't have any grass that I need to take care of. It's not my responsibility. But when I was like a kid, like a teenager, and I still lived at home, my parents made me cut the grass. They made me and my sister cut the grass. Well, not really. It was like my mom, because my parents were like split up. I think my dad cut the grass at his place, and then at my mom's place she made us cut the grass. And I was like, no, I hate the outside. It was like the summer and it was hot and I'd always get sweaty, and then I'd have to shower immediately after and then hide in the air conditioning. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. But yeah, I don't love lawnmowers. Again, they're kind of scary with their like blades whirring and they're very loud. I don't like loud things. I don't like loud things. Go get a coffee and lurk. I still got essays to do. Yes, do your essays. Do your essays. I don't think we're doing anything super exciting today. I'm still very tired. I don't know if there's like a game I am in the mood to play today. I might just sit here and yap for a few hours and then go rot and hope that I'll feel better tomorrow. I don't know. It's like been me for like the past several weeks. I just be sleeping a lot and hoping I feel better and more rested, and I just feel sleepy. I just feel tired. I have no energy. I don't really want to do anything. I did get an email to that today, guys. Huge gains for me. Huge gains for a group interview for a seasonal job. Huge career opportunities happening for me this week, boys. Absolutely massive. I fucking hate group interviews, man. I think they're a scam. They're so stupid. I'm gonna go because it's like a seasonal gig at Lululemon, so like I want like discount pants. So like I'ma go. But like fucking group interview is so bullshit. And the only jobs I ever get interviews for are seasonal jobs. So it's like, oh, we'll hire you for like 3 months for like 2 shifts a week. And I'm like, Pog, looking forward to it. This is really gonna advance my career. This is gonna be great. So yeah, because I applied technically to 2 jobs at Lululemon the other day on a whim. Because I was like, man, maybe they'll hire me. You know, maybe I can get some discounts on my pants that I like buying from there. I got insta rejected from the regular one that's not a seasonal job. Because of course I did. But yeah, I did get invited to a group interview for the seasonal one. So huge gains happening, huge career advancement happening this week. I don't even know if they'll hire me, honestly. We'll see. I'll do my best. It's gonna be like me and like teenagers at this interview, I swear to God. I'm gonna be like twice everybody else's age. I'm like, yeah, what's up? I'm just here. I have to put on my social interaction persona, which is different than my normal persona, and I'll have to, I don't know, look presentable, I guess. I might actually do the so I have to go get new passport photos because I had to get my passport renewed. So if I have to look nice anyways, I might try to work it so that I can get my passport photos done the same day as the interview. So I'll like make my hair and stuff look nice, and I'll make my face look nice, and I'll go get like the photos taken, and I'll go to my interview, and then I only have to look nice one day instead of having to look nice multiple days. I have to see where I can get passport photos done. I haven't got passport photos taken in a decade, literally, because my other passport was good for 10 years. And I'm gonna get another one that's good for 10 years so I don't have to deal with it for another decade. But I fucking hate getting photos taken for anything like this, you know, like passports, driver's license, health card, whatever. They always look bad. I don't know about you guys, maybe I'm just unphotogenic, but mine always look bad. I'm like, I'll like make sure I like put like nice makeup and like do my hair and look as good as I possibly can. It'll be like, okay, she's kind of cute. And then I get the photo back and I look like a creature. And I'm like, how the fuck? I don't know, maybe I'm just like not photogenic, but I have never looked good in any of these photos that they take for any form of like ID ever. I've seen some people who have good photos for those, and I'm like, first of all, fuck you. But luckily nobody ever really sees those. I usually avoid showing them to people too. People be like, oh, let me see like your passport photo. I'm like, no, thank you. The only people who need to see that are the people who need to see that, okay? I've come for the ASMR screaming again today. I don't know if there's gonna be any screaming of any sort today. I could do like a little ah, but I'm just like sleepy EP today, so I'm just kind of here to do some sleepy yapping and annoy you with my presence for several hours and then disappear into the void until tomorrow. I have to remember, I have to go figure out, I have to schedule passport photos. Do you have to schedule those, or can I just walk? I have to figure out if I can just walk into a place and be like, yo, take my photo, get my good side. Joke's on them, there is no good side. It's like they're trained to find that insanely bad photo moment. They are. And like I like try so hard to look as good as I possibly can for those photos, and they always turn out bad. And it always makes me question. I'm like, is this the real me? is this like what I really look like to other people? Right? Because it looks quite different from what I see when I look in the mirror. Because I look in the mirror and I'm like, okay, you know, acceptable, fine, not bad, you know, not a complete creature. And then they take these photos and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, is this what other people see? Probably not. Probably not that bad. But it also makes me question everything every time I see one of these photos. So that's what I'm going to have to deal with this week, probably. I have to go get my photo taken, get my passport renewed. I filled out the form and stuff already. I just need to get the photos and go submit it and pay for it. I gotta pay for it. That's the part that's gonna hurt the most, honestly. The photos, I don't care. If I'm ugly, so be it. But damn, my wallet be like, damn. It's a much better deal to get like the 10-year passport versus like the 5-year passport. I think the 5-year passport is like $120. And then I think the 10-year passport's like $160. So it's a way better deal, but $160 is still $160. But then I won't have to deal with it for another decade. I want to look at cute cat videos. I'm probably not gonna do that. I did think about it briefly. I was like, damn, I do be kind of tired today. I was like, maybe we could do like a React Andy day. I don't always like doing that though, but maybe we can look at cute cat videos later. I do love cute cat videos. I love cute cats. I went out of my room earlier to make my iced coffee before stream, and oh my God, my cats were just sleeping. Every single one of them was just like zonked on a different area of my apartment. Like one was on the chair, zonked. Another one was on the random mattress that I have in my living room right now, zonked. Another one on the cat tree, zonked. Another one on a random old computer chair in like this one random room off of our living room, zonked. Every single one of these motherfuckers was asleep. And I was like, oh my God, it must be so hard to be a cat. They just be like sleeping, and then they wake up and they have to eat, and then they have to bother me, and then they have to go back to sleep, and then they're exhausted from a long day of sleeping. Like, oh God, I can't even imagine how difficult it must be to be a cat. I want to be a cat. I have to go take care of my roommate. She just came home drunk. Oh yeah, you're in a different time zone. It must be kind of late for you. Hope your roommate's okay. I hope she had a fun time drinking and doing shenanigans. I would be annoyed, low-key, if I had to like take care of a roommate if they came home drunk. Honestly, it depends if they're like a friend or just a roommate, because most of my roommates that I had when I was in school, when I was younger, they were like people I didn't know. They were like random other girls that I just happened to live with. If they came home drunk, unless they were like gonna die and I had to call like an ambulance or something, which obviously never happened, I was like, yeah, not my problem. You made it home. You're safe and sound as far as I'm concerned. You're not my problem. Like, yeah, you can figure out how to get to your bed and sleep. You'll be fine. Hello guys, hello chat. Hope weekend's nice for everyone. Hello Leah, hope you're having a nice weekend as well. I didn't do much this weekend. I kind of just rotted. I slept a lot. I've been mad sleepy, mad tired. I was on Nyx's stream yesterday. We were yapping at some people like we like to do. And what else did I do? I think I played some Deadlock or something at one point. I don't know. I have no concept of time, bro. I don't know what day it is most of the time. I thought it was Monday today for a bit. I was like, tomorrow is Tuesday, which means I don't stream. I can do laundry and get groceries and stuff. And then it's like, no, today is Sunday. What the fuck are you talking about? At least I was only off off by one day, okay? It could have been worse. It could have been like, oh, it's like Thursday. Like, not even close. Not even close. Just back grabbing my phone. My school does cross-gender rooms. And also, I had no idea who she was before we were sat as roommates. Oh, wait. Do you live in, like a campus dorm type of situation? I didn't even think about that for some reason. I was thinking of like a regular apartment, regular like housing, student housing situation off campus where you like rent a room in a house and the rest of the house is also rented room by room to other students. I forgot that people live on campus usually in their first year and then they have roommates. I never had to have a roommate. I lived on campus in my first year, but they gave me a single room. I just had just me, in my little room. I think I would have died if I had to share a tiny little room like that with another person. I would have not liked that at all, because you have like a tiny little room and then you have like a little bunk bed or something and you have to share that with another random person. And I don't know, I'm just like very particular about my space. I think I would have had a hard time with that because I feel like I'm always been quite organized and quite tidy. And especially in a small space like that, if somebody's not organized or they're like a slob or something, it's like really irritating, really noticeable. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that. Like a lot of the people I've lived with when I had roommates have been kind of messy and have been slobs, but at the very least I've always had my own bedroom that I could keep organized and tidy, that I had full control over. Because like no matter how much I would try to organize and clean like the common areas, there's only so much you can do if everybody else you live with is a slob. I lived with a person that didn't do the dishes. While I was at work, they put all her dishes on her bed. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. Yeah. I remember one time back in the day, I lived with... There was one year where I lived with... I think they were like friends of mine at the time. And I like had asked them if they could like do literally anything around the house. Like, can you guys pick up after yourselves? Can you do like some dishes? Because honestly, I was the one doing everything. And I do that now, honestly, but I only live with one other person. But at this time, it was 3 other people. And I was already a student. I had like a job on the side. So picking up after 3 other grown-ass adults was exhausting. And so I like, they're friends of mine, right? You'd think, you know, you're living with friends that they'd want to help you out and do their fair share. No. Anyways, you can imagine I'm not friends with these people anymore. But basically, all of the furniture in like the common areas I paid for and I bought, which like I was fine with because I wanted to use it, so I got it. And that includes like the TV and stuff. I still have this TV, but the TV in the living room was mine and everyone would use it, but nobody would like listen to me when I asked, like, can you guys pick up after yourselves? Can you guys do your dishes more? Can you guys like, you know, just be like decent people to live with? And they just didn't. They I don't even want to say what they called me at one point because it's like so stupid and kind of bad. Anyways, but they like made fun of me and were like, they called me a cleaning Nazi, which I was like, okay, that seems a little bit, let's not go there just because I asked you guys to pick up after yourselves. So yeah, they gave me a really hard time because I asked them to contribute a little bit to keeping the house a little bit clean. And so what I did is I just put a password on the TV. I literally put a password on my TV and I didn't tell any of them. So they couldn't use the TV because I was like, okay, if we're going to play this game, I can play this game. And what they did is they like unplugged the TV and put it in my bedroom, as if that was somehow gonna bother me. so funny at the time because I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I'll just put it at the end of my bed and keep it for myself. I mean, it is my TV after all. So I thought that was kind of funny because it's kind of like the reverse situation of somebody who doesn't do their dishes or doesn't, put their trash away or something. And so you dump all their trash in their room or something, or you put all their dirty dishes in their room. It was like they didn't do anything. I asked them to do a couple small things to help me out a little bit. They did not, and so I just put a little password on my TV, and then they were like, okay, fuck you, here's, put your TV in your room. I was like, oh, okay, bet, bro, this is way better for me. I had to like sit in my cozy little bed and watch this TV all by myself. Hell yeah. I just thought it was funny. Anyways, roommates suck. Moral of the story: roommates suck. If you like ZZZ, you'll like No More Heroes. What is No More Heroes? I've never heard of this game, so no, I have not played it before. I don't know anything about it. I don't need more games to play, bro. I already don't play any of the games that I already have. Oh my god, I felt so bad the other day. Somebody tried to buy me Monster Hunter World, and they sent me like the Steam code for it. They didn't tell me what it was for. They just told me it was a game that I can play with my sister. And I was like, oh, cool, yeah, sure. And I went to like redeem it and stuff, and it kept giving me like error codes, and I didn't know why. And I was like, what game is this supposed to be for? And they were like, oh, Monster Hunter World. And I was like, I already have that, but apparently it didn't show on like my Steam and everything. And so like people didn't know I have that game. I also haven't played it. I've only played Monster Hunter Rise a couple times, but yeah. So I might have to play that one time with my sister. I don't know, I think I'd probably have to make a character in the game, right? I don't think it's like if I've made a character in Monster Hunter Rise, I can like copy paste it over to Monster Hunter World. So I'll probably do that one day. At least make a character so I can play it one day. I believe you that world a while ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you, Kev, that bought me Monster Hunter World. And I haven't got around to playing it yet. I've been meaning to, but I don't know. I might end up playing it with Nick, so we might play it together sometime. I think that'd be nice. I don't know. I just don't like play a lot of games right now. I don't have a lot of motivation to do much of anything right now. Like, even getting out of bed is like a whole thing right now. Like, I stayed in bed until like 5 p.m. today. I don't know what time I went to bed last night. It was pretty late, so I was probably in bed for like 12 hours. Which is a lot. I could have stayed in bed longer, but I was like, oh, I gotta get up because, I stream in a bit. So I gotta make iced coffee. I gotta set up stream. I gotta go. It's a hack and slash game. It's pretty cool. Okay, here's the important question. Does it cost money? Is it gonna cost me money to buy the game? Is it a free game? Because I don't think I'm gonna get any new games right now that I have to pay money for. I just don't have money to spend on games right now, which is unfortunate because I feel like there's some cool games that have come out recently that I would like to play, but they're very expensive. Like that Wukong, the monkey game. That one looks kind of cool, but I think when I looked at the price on Steam, it was like $79.99 because it's Canadian dollars. And I was like, I don't have $80 to spend right now. So yeah, I was like, yes. Like I could maybe buy like a $5 game or something, like a little silly game to play with people for like a collab type of thing. But I'm not in a position to be buying like $60, $70, $80 games right now. So it's too bad because I feel like a lot of cool games have come out in the past few weeks that a lot of people have been playing and they look pretty cool and I would like to try them, but $80. Like what's the one that came out the other day or last week, or I don't know when it came out. The Warhammer 40K Space Marines or something. My sister was playing it last week and she was doing like the campaign and stuff. That looked kind of interesting. Honestly, I might not bother getting that game at any point. It looks interesting enough, but I'm not sure if I would enjoy it $80 worth, you know? And honestly, I think by the time I would be able to get the game, nobody's going to be playing the game anymore. Or like nobody I know is going to be playing the game. I've got the extreme version of not being allowed to move because the cat's asleep on you, because I've got a cat and my roommate is asleep on you. You've got a cat and a person on sleep on you? Dang. I get that sometimes. Like I'll lay down or sit in bed or something, have like a little nap or like a little lay down, and I'll have like a cat between my legs. I'll have a cat on my pillow. I'll have a cat like on top of me. I'll have one to three cats keeping me in position. Usually one or two. But yeah, and then I'm like, okay, I guess I'm never moving. It's so awkward when the one likes to sleep in between my legs if she's in here when I'm sleeping. And it sucks because I toss and turn a lot. Like I toss and turn a lot. It takes me a lot to get comfortable, and I feel bad because I need to like roll around and move, and like she gets like kicked and like moved and all of this when I'm trying to get comfortable, and I'm like, sorry, oh, you wanted to be comfortable, oh, get kicked, get shoved, get moved, get she's fine though. She's like a big catto, big chunky catto. So she can take a little getting shoved around. She's very malleable. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong looks very fun. It does. A lot of people have been playing it lately. I don't know anything really about the game besides what I've seen from watching people stream it, but it looks like a fun game. It looks kind of like it's got some like Souls-like elements to it with like the fighting mechanics, I think, or like some of the boss fights and stuff with like the dodging and the parrying and stuff like that, I think. I don't know anything about like the plot line or like the rest of the game, but it looks interesting, and like graphically it looks very good and all of that. And I assume if so many people are playing it and playing it a lot, it's probably pretty decent. Probably. My cat usually climbs into the hood of my hoodie. That's so cute. I wish my cats would do that. I don't really wear hoodies all the time anyways, but well, a couple of my cats are too big for my hoodie, and then I don't know, the other two just don't do that. Maybe if I got a kitten and I like trained them to sleep in the hood of my hoodie when they're a baby, maybe they would do that when they got big. But all my catos I got when they were big catos already. They weren't babies anymore. They were all adult catos. So I got what I got. They're good catos. They're good catos. They're good catos. But yeah, it'd be cute if they would like sleep in my hood or something. I do want to get like a big chair for my setup. Not like a computer chair, but like a chair like that you would have in your living room. I think what I want is called like a chair and a half. So it's like an extra big chair, and it's got like the armrests and stuff on the side, and it's got like the big pillow on the back and stuff. I think that would be really comfy, but also I think it'd be nice because it's like got lots of spots where my cats could like sleep and hang out with me when I stream that isn't on my fucking desk in my fucking way. Because like the armrests are wide enough for like a cat to sit on very easily, and then obviously like the back of the chair they would probably sleep on, and I think that'd be very nice, and then they wouldn't be in my way when I'm streaming. I actually locked them out of my bedroom for now. And none of them are in my room right now because they were all sleeping in various locations throughout my apartment. So I just made my iced coffee and shut the door to my room. And yeah, so they're off sleeping places. So they're not bothering me. They're not bothering me for once. I live in hoodies. I live in hoodies a bit more when the weather's cooler. Right now, the weather is warm because it's summer. I mean, I hope the weather starts to cool down a bit more soon because it's not really comfortable hoodie weather just yet. I'm still running my air conditioning most of the time. I'm turning it off when I stream right now because by like the evening time, it's at least cool enough that I can open my window and not have to have the AC running. And, you know, mostly I would probably still run the AC, except for the fact that the mic picks it up and I don't like that. It's not like super bad, but it is noticeable, especially if you turn the volume up on my stream. And also on the VOD when there's not music in the background, it's probably also more noticeable. I don't like it. But I also don't like being hot, so it's like the lesser of two evils for most of the summer. But now, at least in the evening when I stream, it's kind of okay. I can turn off the AC for a few hours and turn it back on. And my room is nice and cool by the time I go to sleep after. And it doesn't get too hot while I'm streaming because it's not too hot at this point in the day. Hotter than I'd like, but not too hot. I'm one of those people who are in hoodies year round. I'm not in hoodies per se. I do sometimes be wearing hoodies these days, but because I have air conditioning in my room. So it's nice and cold in my room, even in the summer. And I will wear hoodies sometimes, but usually I just wear like a long sleeve shirt. Because sometimes I don't like the hood. Sometimes like the hood bothers me, especially when I lean back in my chair. I kind of feel like it kind of gets in the way. And I don't like that sometimes. But hoodies are very comfy. So I have a few nice, good hoodies. And especially when the weather starts to cool off in a couple weeks and we get like that nice, cool autumn weather. And we get like the fun, crunchy leaves. And we get the leaves changing color. No, then I'll be outside in hoodies, vibing, Starbucks in hand, living my best life. There was like a few weeks, I wish fall lasted longer, probably like a month or two realistically, of good weather for me. Where I'm just like thriving. I'm outside in my leggings and my hoodie with my Starbucks in hand, and life doesn't feel so bad because there's crunchy leaf. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe life is worth living. And then it's like winter, and then it's spring, and then it's summer. Like, oh wow, crunchy leaf. Maybe my life is worth living. Yeah, yes, it's all about that crunchy leaf. I don't know what it is about stepping on a crunchy leaf, but it is very satisfying. And it makes me feel happy for like 0.3 seconds. But yeah, hopefully if I get a shitty little seasonal job for like 5 hours a week, I can afford to spend some money and do a little retail therapy, get a couple new hoodies maybe, and like just live in the hoodies. My parents ended up visiting my dorm and were confused about why I have a wardrobe of pure hoodies. Why not? Why not? My parents always like say that too, because I don't own really any like short sleeves or like tank tops or any like summer clothing. I don't even know if I have shorts anymore. I don't really wear shorts. I don't have like skirts or dresses or anything. It's literally all about the leggings and like the hoodies and long sleeve shirts and sweatshirts and stuff. And my parents have long since accepted that I dress the same all seasons. I mean, to be fair, I do spend most of my time inside, right? I don't go a lot of places, especially when it's really hot in the summer. Not as much. I would probably go outside more when the weather's cooler because I like the weather more. In the summer, I only go outside when I have to. Like, I have to go get groceries, I have to go pick up a prescription, I have to take my cat to the vet, whatever. I don't go outside willingly very much in the summer. But yeah, I mean, I stay at home most of the time, right? I'm like chronically online little anime girl. I sit in my little air conditioning. I hang out with my little catos. I play video game. I stream. I be silly goofy guy on internet. You know, stuff like that. Stuff like that. But yeah, I don't go outside much. I don't have a lot of outside. I don't really have any outside hobbies. I guess I like walking, but I tried to make that an inside activity as much as I could. Didn't work out too well considering my treadmill is broken. No treadmill currently. So if I want to walk, if I want hot girl walkies, I have to go outside. I like going outside. But hopefully the weather cools off a little bit. I'll probably get a little more exercise in the upcoming weeks. Just because the weather doesn't make me want to cry. Like, yay, I can go outside and I'm not like instantly sweating and not insta boob sweat. Yay. You breathe. There's nothing worse than going outside and then having to come home and like immediately shower. I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand being sweaty at all. Like, it's actually genuinely so irritating to be sweaty to me. I get like actually almost annoyed at it. For the first year of uni, my roommate's parents hated the fact that her roommate, aka me, wasn't a girl. Can't they like request? I don't know how it works. I'm surprised you wouldn't be able to request, like, if you wanted specifically a same gender roommate, right? I don't know how it works. I don't know. I never had a roommate when I was assigned a room on campus. And all the roommates I had, for the most part, when I was like renting a room in a house, were girls. It was basically all just girl roommates all the time. Like, I think at one point there was like a couple months one summer where I rented a room in a random place and there was like a couple guys that lived there, but I didn't really see any of them ever. I never talked to them, so I have no idea. Like, one of them lived in the basement and I lived on like the second floor, so we didn't really encounter each other too much. I don't know. I think roommates just suck as a whole. I think having roommates just sucks. I was never completely happy with my roommate situations. I think my issue is that no roommate was ever as tidy as I was. And I always ended up, because I wanted my place to not be a fucking giant shit show, I always ended up being the one stuck with all the cleaning because nobody else cared enough to do it. So I ended up always cleaning after like 3 other people. And that was exhausting because I also had like a job and was in a pretty intensive program in university. So I was just exhausted. I'm still exhausted to this day. Basically, I'm just exhausted as a person. Maybe it's a personality trait, right? Such a pain for me because my one outside hobby could only be done at like 2 a.m. What's your outside hobby? I'm trying to think what kind of hobby you would have that can only be done at 2 a.m. I guess if it's something to do with like the stars, like the night sky or something, or like taking photos of the stars. Oh, astrophotography. Oh, that's right. Banger. I'm curious, like, how hard is it to do that? Like, I feel like you can't do that very well if you live in any sort of city area or near any sort of city because of the light pollution and whatnot. I feel like if you want to get like good photos of the stars and stuff, you have to be somewhere very rural with like no or little light pollution. Because I looked into it at one point. I used to be quite into photography several years ago. I mean, I still have like a camera and some lenses and some camera equipment and stuff. My old like DSLR is what I use for the cat cam and the hand cam when I do that stuff. So I remember being kind of interested in like astrophotography at one point, and I looked into it, but I wasn't in an area where I could do it very effectively, so I just never bothered. Callie, hi, hi Val, hi, hi, hi. I hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good weekend. Space pictures, yeah, yeah. Don't you have to do some kind of specific stuff? I forget how it works. If you want some photos, I think it depends. But if you want to use longer exposures for your star pictures or your space pictures, don't you have to do something that accounts for like the rotation of the Earth? Otherwise, your star pictures will look like moving stars. I forget what the setup is. I don't know. I remember reading a little bit about it back in the day. And I was like, wow, that sounds complicated. You need a mount or you get star trails. Yeah. I mean, star trails can look cool. I think that's like definitely a style that you can go for. But yeah, if you want them to look like they're not moving, you'll have to have a special setup. I remember. I burnt my grippers. How'd you burn your grippers? What do you mean you burnt your grippers? Did you step on something hot or did you spill something hot on the grippers? Hopefully nothing too bad. Can you kiss him better? Nah, this is a trick. Nah, no, this is a trap. This is a trap. You're trying to get me to say that I'll kiss your feet. No, put a band-aid on it. It'll be fine. Dunk them in some cold water or something. You spilled sugar? What? I was so confused how I was spilling sugar results in you burning your grippers. Yikes. I've never done that, luckily. I remember one time though, when I worked at Tim Hortons, like the average Canadian youth does. I remember one time I spilled like a whole cup of hot chocolate down my leg. That was fun. Honestly, it didn't burn too bad. Like, it wasn't like serious or anything. But I think the most annoying part about that is that I had to work the rest of my shift with like sticky pants. Because obviously, like, the hot chocolate like gets into the pants and it dries and it's all sticky. I think that was like the most annoying part. Like, I don't know, man. Why I think about it now and I'm like, I'm pretty sure they had like extra pants for like new employees and stuff. They could have given me new pants for the day. Right? But I just had to work with sticky pants for hours on end. Love that. But yeah, no, it wasn't like too bad. It definitely hurt a bit because obviously hot chocolate is hot. It's got hot in the name, but it didn't really like, it didn't give a burn. Like, you know, when you burn you like touch something hot and you get like a little blister from it. It wasn't anything like that. It just kind of hurt a little bit when I spilled it and probably turned my skin a little red or something. But mostly it was just sticky pants for the rest of the day. And I hated that so much. It was like so irritating. Out of context, that's crazy. What, having sticky pants at work? It was because I spilled hot chocolate. I probably spilled all sorts of things all over myself when I worked at Tim Hortons, but I remember that one very vividly. A, because it hurt, and B, because I was annoyed at having sticky pants for like hours. I hated that. I also just hated the uniform when I worked at Tim Hortons. I just hated the pants. The shirt, I didn't really care. It was like a pretty standard shirt, like a cotton shirt with like a little collar. whatever. I don't know, something about the pants I just fucking hated. I could not stand it. So at the very least, nowadays, if I must get a customer facing job, I at least try to get one where they don't give you like a designated uniform. Like you can wear your own pants. So I can at least choose the least uncomfortable pants that I can find. Like the last job that I had that was at like I think it was like a toy store or something. They gave us like a shirt. We had to wear like the shirt that they gave us, but beyond that, it was pretty like we could wear our own pants with like certain, I don't know. They were like they couldn't be like leggings or something, but I went out and found like the most comfortable pants I could that fit what was allowed. They were basically like kind of like dress pant leggings that like looked like dress pants but kind of comfortable like leggings. So I kind of like gamed the system that way. But yeah, no, like I said, I have this stupid group interview for a seasonal job at Lululemon this week. So at least if I get that job, I'm pretty sure I can just wear their clothing to the job. So I can at least be comfortable while I'm dealing with customers. Yay. I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you know. I don't know. I just want a discount, bro. I just want discounted pants so I can stock up a bit. That's like literally all I want. Like I fucking hate customer service, but if I can at least get discounted pants, I'll take it. And then also my sister would want some discounted pants. It's a win-win. We get to stock up on pants. EP. About to turn this into a napping stream. Like, okay, here, you guys watch Kyle. I'm gonna go nap. Just kidding. I'm like tired, but not like fall asleep tired, if that makes sense. I'm just tired. When you just like be going about your day and you're like, damn, this shit's ass. That's like me right now. It's like physically like drained, mentally drained, not in a position to fall asleep, but just I just want to sit here and rot and do nothing productive and be the bare minimum for a human person. The bare minimum. I don't know what the bare minimum is. Feed myself, drink some water, iced coffee, of course. That's basically it. Just keep myself alive. That's the bare minimum. I'm glad I don't really have to keep like anybody else alive. I guess I have to keep my cats alive, but they're pretty easy to keep alive, honestly. They just have one of those what do they call them? They're like a gravity feeder. So you fill it up and then they eat some of the food and then more food comes down. So you don't have to feed them constantly. They just feed themselves. And then I have one of those full of water. And then I have another little water fountain because they like to drink out of the little water fountain better because they like to drink out of taps. They think it's very fun and exciting to drink the tap water. So I got them a little fountain a while back that is like, it's like a little faucet. So I've tricked them into drinking out of their own faucet. They like that. Gravity feeder for plants? What? No, I'm talking about cats. Catos. El gato. Little stinky fur balls that sleep all the time. Yeah, catos. Yeah, so they have food all the time. So they just need attention, really. And I guess I have to scoop their poops out of their litter box and stuff. Well, several litter boxes. These goobers, yeah, those goobers, the little fluffy guys with the beans. The little fluffy goobers with the beans. They're very cute. They're very cute. When they're not being annoying. But they're very cute. They're very fluffy. They're not too hard to take care of. Somewhat. Except when they're annoying. Like today, I stayed in bed until 5. But my one cat, she did not like that. She kept pulling at my hair. She was like, Mother! Mother, I crave violence. Mother, I yearn to be free. Free from what? I don't know. Because my sister came in my room at one point, opened my door. She left. She had her freedom. And then she came right back in. And continued to annoy me. I don't know what she wanted. She wanted me to give her attention, I guess. I just got a baby goober a week ago. Baby goober. I love baby goober. Wow, we got a baby cato. And he didn't post pictures in the pets channel in the Discord. No, I see how it is. I see how it is. No, it's cool. It's cool. I didn't want to see cute cat. I hate cute cats. I hate cute kittens. Hate it. Hate it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see cute cats. Hate seeing cute cats. But yeah, they do like sitting in the windowsill. My apartment has like really wide windowsills for some odd reason. I don't know, but it works out really good because my cats love sitting in the windowsills, obviously, and I don't have to do anything specific to make sure they have space to sit in the windows, because I can just jump in the windowsill and it's like literally 7 inches wide. 6 or 7 inches wide if I had to guess. So quite wide little notch. What's the word I'm looking for? Nook. My brain is not working today. So yeah, there's like a pretty wide little area on each of my windowsills, and my cats love sitting in the windowsills. It's very cute. They also like just sleeping everywhere. They all have like little spots that they like to sleep, and they like rotate spots. Sometimes it's really funny. So like yesterday, my one cat was sleeping on the chair, and today a different cat is sleeping on the chair, and then the cat that was sleeping on the chair yesterday is sleeping on the floor today, and then the cat that was sleeping on the floor yesterday is sleeping in the windowsill today. They like rotate. It's like they take turns. Hello, Callie. How is? I'm okay. I'm tired, but okay. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you guys don't have anything too hard to do this week. I don't know if you guys have to go back to work tomorrow after a nice weekend of doing nothing. That sucks. When you have to go back to work and make money and pay bills. It's okay. It's okay. I believe in you. You will do a good job. We'll make lots of monies this week. And you will spend it on lots of good stuff. You will spend it on a sweet treats and maybe some waifus or something. I don't know. Lots of tired but okay going around. I think maybe it's that. I don't know if it's that time of year. I mean, I guess it is maybe that time of year. You know, a lot of people going back to school and stuff like that. I don't know about otherwise, but I know some people get more like down or more tired when the weather changes. The weather hasn't really changed much here though. It's still warm and sunny, so I don't know if it's that just yet. I think we're still a couple months away from the seasonal depression. Right now, it's just regular depression. I love that though, when it starts to get like, it's only like, it's dark at like 4 p.m. and you start to get that seasonal depression on top of your regular depression. Yeah, and that shit stacks. Didn't have the Discord until now. So Coco has been posted. Coco! That's such a cute name. Yeah. Discord is a good place. We be in there sharing memes and shenanigans and whatnot when we're offline. W Discord. I try to post pictures of my cat though sometimes too, because they're pretty cute. Everyone likes Mabel the best. Mabel seems to be the favorite of the bunch. She's not technically even my cat, but she's like a little potato. She's got puffy, fluffy, cute, chubby little cheeks and big round eyes. And she's very friendly. So people like her a lot. All my cats are very friendly. But yeah, Mabel is technically my sister's cat, but everybody likes her because she's cute. And she is very cute. I need to go. Callie, it's midnight. I'm already double the safe caffeine limit. Okay, go to sleep then. No more caffeine. Good luck sleeping after having that much caffeine. I wish you the best. Get good sleep. Good luck with your school stuff this week and all of that. I'm big eeps. It's okay. I'm like 3/4 done this iced coffee, and it'll totally wake me up, guys. Trust. Not coping. Okay, I'm coping a little bit. The iced coffee doesn't really do much. I don't know. Anybody else like not really get much of an effect from caffeine? Maybe I'm just not drinking enough caffeine. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just need to drink more coffee, more caffeine. I'm gonna start doing like espresso shots. You know, some people be doing like shots of liquor. Be like, Saturday night turn up, but I'm gonna do that, but just take like 3 shots of espresso. Or I could just start adding like an espresso shot to my iced coffee. Maybe. I don't have espresso. I don't have an espresso maker. I'm not sure if that would taste good either. I'm not sure. I don't know. I like how my iced coffee tastes. I don't want to mess with it. You know, when you get like making something at home, not just like coffee, but anything, like a specific recipe, and you got it like down, perfectly, and you can make it perfectly every single time because you always make it the same. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. That's me and my iced coffees, okay? I've got it down to like a science, okay? It's like very specific. And I feel like if I start adding like an espresso to that, I'm gonna mess with it. You know, I'm gonna mess with the recipe. If you look at how caffeine works, you'll understand better why you're tired anyways. Oh. How does caffeine work exactly? Am I having the Google? Should we do a deep dive? Wait, is there like a YouTube video? Can we educate ourselves on youtube.com? Is there like one of those, I don't know what to call it. One of those videos, they're like cute educational videos that you can find sometimes about how caffeine works. I can't even spell. Oh my God. I spelled caffeine wrong like 15 times. Oh, 2-minute neuroscience. Yeah, like 2-minute science little video. What coffee really does. It makes you poop. I don't know. You guys want to watch a quick video about how caffeine works?
Welcome to
Here, wait, let me see. I don't know if I want to pull the whole thing up on like a separate screen. I might put it off to the side here. Actually, no, that's too much work. We'll just full screen it. All right, tell me about how caffeine works, because I don't want to read.
2-minute neuroscience, where I simplistically explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less.
Wow.
In this installment, I will discuss caffeine.
Yes. My favorite drug.
Caffeine is a stimulant drug and the most widely consumed mind-altering substance in the world. It belongs to a class of compounds known as the methylxanthines, and is commonly found in a number of natural sources, including the seeds of coffee plants, and the leaves of tea plants.
Yes.
Most of the effects of caffeine are thought to be traceable back to its action as an antagonist at receptors for a neurotransmitter called adenosine.
Ooh.
This means that caffeine binds to adenosine receptors and blocks adenosine from binding there and activating the receptor.
Okay.
Thus, it reduces activity at the adenosine receptor.
What does adenosine do?
Although there are 4 subtypes of the adenosine receptor, most of caffeine's effects are thought to be due to its antagonistic actions at the A1 and A2A subtypes.
Okay.
Its ability to promote wakefulness may be especially due to actions at the A2A receptor subtype.
Does A2A
How exactly
make
the
you
antagonism
sleepy?
of the adenosine receptor translates into the effects of caffeine is not completely clear. Research suggests, however, that adenosine receptors are involved in promoting and regulating sleep. One way this is thought to occur is that adenosine activity can prompt the release of the neurotransmitter GABA,
Ooh,
which
I
then
know about
inhibits
GABA.
neurons involved in arousal and wakefulness. This promotes sleep, but when caffeine antagonizes adenosine receptors, it opposes this action and causes arousal. Adenosine receptors are also thought to be involved in reducing the activity of a number of neurotransmitters, including dopamine and norepinephrine, through methods ranging from inhibiting neurotransmitter release to affecting neurotransmitter binding.
Wait, what does it do to dopamine?
Thus, caffeine also blocks these effects, which may contribute to caffeine's stimulating and reinforcing actions.
Increase activity of dopamine. Yeah, I feel like I don't have enough dopamine. Maybe that's why I like coffee. I'm always trying to get like some dopamine in me. I think that's why I like spending money, like retail therapy, because it's like an easy way to get dopamine. I need more dopamine. Adenosine is a chemical that makes you sleepy. Yeah, okay. So it basically attaches to the receptor for adenosine. So adenosine can't attach to the receptor and it can't make you as eepy. So it doesn't really make you awake so much as it makes you not as sleepy, I guess. Interesting. That was quick and educational. It was. I don't know. Was that too complicated? I feel like that made a lot of sense because I have a degree in biochemistry, so I already know some of this stuff. I know the background on some of this stuff. But did that make sense to you guys? I feel like it still made sense. I feel like they did a good job of breaking it down. The basic story is adenosine make you sleepy. Caffeine bind to where adenosine bind to. When caffeine bind, adenosine no bind, no make us sleepy. Simple. Very educational. Okay. But some people get really awake when they drink coffee. And some people like me don't get real awake. I wonder why that is. I don't know. Basically, long story short, I'm a sleepy little guy. And caffeine tries to make me less of a sleepy little guy, but I'm just built different. I'm just built to be a sleepy little guy. Very interesting. Honestly, I kind of this is making me want to go down like a rabbit hole of like intense like stuff, learning about like caffeine and stuff, because I like caffeine. I like coffee. I like coffee more than I like caffeine, I suppose, because I do drink decaf sometimes, because like I have enough trouble sleeping. Okay, I'm not trying to drink a caffeinated coffee at like 11 p.m. I do that sometimes, but not always. So like sometimes I just really want a tasty little treat of iced coffee at like midnight. I'll make a decaf. It's still yummy. It's still good. It still makes me happy. Caffeine yum. But where adenosine go? Probably it just sits there or gets broken down and recycled into something else. I'm not sure exactly based just on this video, but that's pretty standard stuff with neurotransmitters. They either get taken back up to be used later, or they sit there, or they get broken down and made into something new. There's a lot of cool stuff about neurotransmitters, actually. Cause even though my education is in like biochemistry, I did take some psychology courses, and one of them that I took, it was like really closely related to my main degree, which is why I wanted to take it because I thought it was cool. It was just for fun that I took it though. It was like neuropsychology course. I forget what it was called exactly, but we learned a lot about like neurotransmitters and how they work in the brain. And it was kind of interesting too, because we learned a little bit about stuff like SSRIs. So that's like one class of antidepressant drugs. What does it stand for? Serotonin selective reuptake inhibitors. So you know how I was saying how sometimes neurotransmitters, when they don't attach to where they're supposed to attach, sometimes they just get taken back up. So basically those prevent them from getting taken back up as quickly, and then they attach more and get more serotonin because it doesn't get removed as quickly. That's kind of how those work, kind of. But yeah, we learned some interesting stuff. And since my degree was biochem, I thought it was like super extra interesting because we were learning about like the chemicals involved in the brain. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, oh, serotonin, that sounds cool. I would love to have that someday. Oh, dopamine? Oh, that sounds bussin'. How do I make my brain do the dopamine? Meowdy. Meowdy. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Hello. Brain science dragon. Yeah. No, I always thought like neuroscience stuff was cool. You guys want to watch another neuroscience video? I still have this open. There's one about cocaine. We could learn about cocaine, how it works on the brain. I've never done cocaine. I've never done any hard drugs. I'm like a casual wine drinker or whatever. I'm like the wine aunt. Answer is drugs. Yeah, this is like a really interesting YouTube channel actually. I kind of want to learn about the effects of cocaine though. Hold up, we're gonna go back to this page. See how it's up here being recommended to me? It's the same person who made the video that we just watched a second ago. All right, I want to learn what happens if I do cocaine. If I do cocaine right now, what's gonna happen to my brain?
Welcome
I would never do
Neuroscience,
cocaine,
where I
just like
explain
hypothetically
neuroscience topics in 2
speaking.
minutes or
If
less.
I just snorted some cocaine right
I'll discuss
now.
the effects of cocaine on the brain. Cocaine is a strong stimulant that can cause a range of effects, including increased energy, alertness, and euphoria.
Wait, what's the numbers on that credit card?
Anyone? And other sympathetic nervous system responses. Cocaine also has a high potential for abuse and inclines users towards compulsive administration of the drug. Although all the details of how cocaine produces its effects are not known, it is thought that the main mechanism by which cocaine acts on the brain is through the inhibition of the reuptake of neurotransmitters called monoamines. Monoamines are a group of neurotransmitters that includes dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. Reuptake is a method of removing neurotransmitters from the synaptic cleft between neurons. When reuptake is inhibited, it causes increased levels of neurotransmitters in the synaptic cleft.
See, this same process is how those SSRIs, the antidepressants, those are probably like the main form of antidepressants. This is the same process that those work, by the way. It's just this thing, instead of it being whatever they're talking about here, it's serotonin that's not getting removed as quickly. So there's more of it there, basically.
Cocaine inhibits reuptake by blocking the action of the proteins known as transporters that are normally responsible for it. By blocking monoamine transporters and inhibiting monoamine reuptake, cocaine causes levels of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin to increase in the brain, enhancing the activity of these neurotransmitters at their receptors.
I love drugs.
Although cocaine increases levels of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin, it is not very clear what the individual contribution of each of these neurotransmitters is to the effects of the drug. However, it is generally thought that
technically caffeine's a drug, guys. If you drink coffee, you do drugs.
Cocaine rewarding and promoting the compulsive use of the drug. The mesocortical and mesolimbic dopamine pathways, which are sometimes called the mesocortico-limbic dopamine pathway,
That's
are pathways that are rich in dopamine neurons. They project from a dopamine-rich region in the brainstem called the ventral tegmental area to a variety of locations in the limbic system and frontal cortex.
Wow.
These areas include a region called the nucleus accumbens, which is considered important to addiction and is activated whenever we do something rewarding.
Ooh.
Thus, when someone uses cocaine,
that's what gets activated when I spend money.
Along the mesocortico-limbic pathways increased, causing dopamine levels to rise in regions like the nucleus accumbens.
I want to learn more about what cocaine does to the brain. Wait. Oh, see, this is... Okay, wait. They've got one on SSRIs. See? Look, I think they used the same image. This is what I was talking about. This is how a lot of antidepressants work. This is what I take, by the way.
Welcome to 2 Minute Neuroscience, where I explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less. In this installment, I will discuss selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors,
I love brain,
or SSRIs.
Brain stuff. It's so interesting.
SSRIs were developed in the 1970s with the goal of treating depression by increasing serotonin levels. This goal was formulated based on the serotonin hypothesis of depression, which suggests that depression is caused by low levels of the neurotransmitter serotonin.
We love that sweet
SSRIs
serotonin.
work by inhibiting a mechanism called reuptake.
Yeah.
In reuptake, a protein called a transporter transports excess neurotransmitter molecules out of the synaptic cleft, usually back into the neuron that released them.
This looks like the kind of
SSRIs
image that I saw in my textbooks back in the day. No reuptake, more serotonin.
By inhibiting the removal of serotonin from the synaptic cleft, this causes levels of serotonin in the synaptic cleft to rise. These increases in serotonin levels have been hypothesized to be the mechanism by which SSRIs can treat the symptoms of depression.
It's like magic.
There are reasons now, however, to believe that there must be more to the mechanism of SSRIs than just changing serotonin levels. For example, when someone begins taking an SSRI, they generally have to wait about 4 weeks before their symptoms improve. Evidence suggests, however, that their serotonin levels rise as quickly as within an hour after taking the medication. Thus, it seems likely that SSRIs may affect serotonin levels, which then leads to other effects that influence the symptoms of depression.
Complicated.
Therefore, it's probable that more than serotonin levels must be changed for SSRIs to work, which suggests that depression isn't caused only by low serotonin levels.
That would be too simple.
Additionally, evidence has now emerged that questions the effectiveness of SSRIs. Some research has found they do not work much better than placebos, and may only benefit those who are most severely depressed, which is a minority of patients who actually take the drugs.
Fun. Well, they worked for me, and I'll take it. I love that. I love that about any drugs that you can get prescribed. There's so many where they're like, yeah, this is kind of how we think it works. And they don't really know. There's like so many prescription drugs out there where they actually have no idea how it works, by the way. They just happen to stumble upon the fact that it does work for certain stuff, and they're like, well, we'll try to figure out why it does that, but we don't really know why it does that, but it does seem to do that, so here, we'll prescribe it to you so it'll do that. And isn't that just fun? Honestly, brain chemistry is so interesting and yet so complicated. It's like wild. There's just like so much stuff that goes on. Honestly, not even just in the brain. Like every part of your body is just so fucking complicated. It's actually wild that we don't just like drop dead every day. Hydrate. Okay. But yeah, I remember thinking like neuropsych courses that I took were like super interesting, but I'm kind of biased because I just like chemistry and stuff to some extent, so it was kind of like chemistry of the brain, and I thought that was kind of interesting, but also it hurts my brain because it's way too complicated. Well, what do you mean my brain does all these things? My brain doesn't even work properly. Can't you just tell it to make more serotonin? Can't you just tell it to make more dopamine? Can't you just tell it to have executive functioning? Can't you just tell it to not get distracted? Why you gotta do all this dumb shit all the time? Isn't that like a good portion of stuff? Yeah, I think probably the vast majority of like drugs out there, like prescription drugs or even over the counter stuff, they don't know how it works precisely. They just kind of know that it does. And I think that's kind of funny. I think that's interesting. Honestly, it's so interesting some of the stuff that happens when it comes to like medical, I don't know, medical science or drug science or whatever. Because there's like so many times where they just stumble upon things completely by accident. I think probably the best example I can think of is like penicillin. Because that was kind of like the first antibiotic that we had, right? Back in the day. I don't even know when they figured out penicillin was a thing. But I should just look up a video because I don't know the exact story. But it was discovered kind of by accident because some dude noticed that, like, I don't know, something like the bacteria that were like on his bread or something didn't grow around like this one mold or something. I don't know, something stupid like that, where it was like, huh, wonder why that is. And lo and behold, penicillin. Which is like, and now they have all these other antibiotics because they realized that they were a thing and they started like looking into it and finding other ones. Anyways, very interesting stuff. I don't know the whole history of penicillin, but now I kind of want to look up like a interesting little sciencey video on it. I guess we're on our science arc today. No talking about stacking donuts on dicks today. We're educating. We're smart. We're educating ourselves today, chat. How was penicillin, I can't spell, penicillin discovered? Is there like a nice little, it's like a TED Talk? Wait, I want like a cute little animated one. I like cute little animated YouTube videos, cute little educational animated videos. This one looks fun. The accidental discovery of the miracle drug penicillin by Alexander Fleming. Oh, that's the guy who discovered it. Okay, how long is this video? Okay, I don't want a 7-minute video. We'll watch like the 2-minute version. See, look at how cute this little animated one looks with like a little dude. Let's watch this one. But yeah, completely by accident. And that's like probably one of the most important medical discoveries ever.
Scientist Alexander Fleming wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, examining nasty bacteria like Staphylococcus aureus, which in humans as well as horses can cause death as well as vomiting and boils. One day in 1928, Fleming came back from his holidays. He found some cultures of the Staphylococcus aureus bacteria, which he'd meant to throw away, had died. But instead of throwing them away, he stopped to think, what might have caused some of his sample to die and the rest to live? After a lot of time and effort in his lab, Fleming worked out that some of his sample had been contaminated by a particular fungus, which he then managed to grow himself. As an ex-soldier in World War I, he'd seen hundreds of soldiers die due to bacterial infection, and he figured that if the fungus could kill bacteria on his bench, it might also kill bacteria in wounded soldiers.
And he was right.
And he was right. Having renamed his mold juice penicillin.
It's so funny when you think about it, because it's like, here, drink, you have a bacterial infection, here, drink this mold juice and it'll cure you. But it literally, I mean, obviously that's not exactly what penicillin is, at least not these days. It's like the extracted version of it, but
it was ready for public consumption.
It's so interesting. I think this stuff is so interesting. I'm kind of biased though, but it is kind of funny that it was an accident that he discovered it.
But due to overuse, some bacteria is becoming resistant, and methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus is now widespread among humans, known by its more popular name, MRSA.
Scary stuff. Wasn't that so interesting and educational. Actually, this reminds me of another sort of accidental discovery that's kind of a big deal. You guys may have heard of vaccines, perhaps, maybe. Huge, very important thing in modern medicine. I don't know, kind of important, kind of a big deal. Those were also kind of discovered / invented by accident. All right, here. How were vaccines invented? Because basically, if I remember correctly, somebody noticed that, I think it was smallpox. Was it smallpox? I think it was smallpox, but I think they noticed that there were like milkmaids, so they worked with cows. They didn't get this ever, and they realized it was because they worked with the cows, and the cows have like a similar virus to smallpox, enough that if you have, exposure to it, you'll be protected from smallpox. Anyways, very interesting stuff. I'll see if I can find like a little video on it. How were vaccines invented? Oh, yeah, this history of vaccination, smallpox vaccines. Yeah. Very cool stuff.
For centuries, a deadly disease called smallpox.
You guys remember
spread among
smallpox?
people,
Good times.
causing boils
Just kidding.
filled
Smallpox
with
isn't a
yellow
thing.
pus
Hasn't
to
been
appear all
probably
over their
since before
bodies.
any of us were born.
Some people also went blind, and many died.
Yeah, a lot of people
Those
died
who
from smallpox
survived
back
the
in the day.
disease were usually left with deep scars. In England in the 18th century, there was a huge outbreak of this horrible disease. But a
Yuck.
cattle breeder named Benjamin Jesty observed that a mild disease affecting his cows, called cowpox, looked very similar to the deadly and contagious smallpox. He noticed that cowpox could also affect humans, but in a less severe way than smallpox. The interesting thing was that he himself and the milkmaids who had previously been infected with cowpox never got the horrible smallpox. Somehow, the cowpox infection protected them.
Isn't that
This
like,
observation
imagine?
inspired
Wait, how?
Jesty to try and protect his
What year was this all happening in? Because you can imagine, like, a few hundred years ago when they didn't know like any of the science that we learned in the last like 100, 200 years, and they're like, how interesting. You get cowpox, but you don't get smallpox, huh? It's like magic. Like, they would have no idea what's going on.
family in the same way. He infected them all with cowpox, and it worked. None of them ever developed smallpox.
15th century clinical trial
A few
go
years later,
crazy.
a doctor named Edward Jenner built on Jesty's discovery. He wanted to prove the theory that getting cowpox could protect a person from smallpox. So he took a bit of pus from a cowpox
Ew.
blister on an infected milkmaid and put it into a cut in the arm of a young boy.
Gross.
When Jenner exposed the boy a few days later to the smallpox virus, he did
Dude.
not develop the disease.
You would never be able to do that shit
Just
now.
like Jesty and the milkmaids, his body had learned how to fight the disease.
Wow.
We say he became immune to the disease.
Wow.
This was a crucial step in the development of vaccination. In fact, the word vaccination, thought up by Jenner, comes from the Latin word for cow, vacca. Following Jenner's experiment, smallpox vaccines began to be produced in large quantities. Millions of people got vaccinated in every corner of the world, until in 1980, the World Health Organization announced that smallpox had been eradicated.
Yay!
Today,
no more
we no
smallpox.
longer need to use the smallpox vaccine as the virus is no longer circulating.
Yay!
This story serves as an example of how vaccines can help in the fight against infectious diseases.
They're like magic.
Thanks to Jenner's
But they're
discovery,
not.
we got rid of smallpox and are now continuing our work to eradicate other infectious diseases such as polio.
Yippee! Yeah, smallpox would not be a good time. Isn't that crazy though? Stuff that would have killed people a few hundred years ago, like, is just unheard of these days. I think this stuff is so cool. I don't know if anybody else thinks this stuff is as cool as I do, because again, I'm very biased. This is like what I went to school for. But I think this stuff is very interesting. And I get like very heated. I get very heated when people are like, oh, we're not vaccinating our kids, because I'm very into like the science of vaccines and like, you know, the history of infectious diseases and, you know, how vaccines coming along and being invented, discovered, what have you, have like, you know, had like this huge impact on public health over the past like couple hundred years and all this. And I think this stuff is so cool, but yeah, I hate when people have like issues with vaccines, because I'm like, bro, they're like the holy grail of modern medicine. I shit you not. Okay, they're like fucking magic, except they're not magic. I want to strangle those peeps. Yeah, I mean, I get where people come from to some extent. Obviously not everyone's gonna be extremely educated on, you know, how vaccines work, and like people, it's easy to scare people, right? People get really scared because like they don't know how bad some of these diseases in the past like have been, right? And I think that's part of the problem, is that vaccines work really well a lot of the time, right? So like smallpox, gone. We don't have to worry about it at all, right? Not a big deal. But then there's some that they're really unheard of now, but you still have to keep getting vaccinated for them. You have to get your kids vaccinated for them because they still exist. And if we stop vaccinating people for them, they'll make a comeback, right? React Andy hours, kind of. I don't know. We kind of got into like a topic of interesting science stuff. And now we're on the topic of vaccines, because I think vaccines are very interesting. But yeah, like people don't realize that if a certain number of people stop getting vaccinated, I forget what the threshold is for your herd immunity. Oh, we should pull up a video on herd immunity, because I feel like it's really hard to explain herd immunity without pictures. But basically, it's like 80 something, 90% of the population gets vaccinated for something, and then you have like herd immunity, because there's always going to be people who can't get vaccinated for medical reasons, right? People who are immunocompromised for whatever reason can't get vaccinated, and they rely on the people around them to be vaccinated to prevent like the diseases from getting to them, right? It's very interesting stuff, but also very scary when people stop getting vaccinated. Because then you're like immunocompromised, you can't get vaccinated, and you're like, oh good, so guess I'll just wait to die. All right, we go on full science hours, I guess. All right, we'll watch what, herd immunity. How does herd immunity work? Let's see. I like the videos with like little animations, like cute little graphics. How long is this on? 3 minutes? Okay, this looks educational.
When a new disease emerges and starts infecting people in a population, one of the things we really want to know is whether it's going to continue to spread and infect more and more people, or whether it's eventually going to die out. Some diseases like measles are highly infectious. In a fully susceptible
measles!
population,
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
On average, infect
the anti-vaccine parents hate measles vaccines for some reason.
Flu, however, is less transmissible. Each case, on average, would infect between 2 or 3 people. The number of cases that each infectious person generates can vary for different diseases, and we call this number the basic reproduction number, or R0 for short. Now, R0 doesn't depend
I wonder
on
what
how
the
severe the symptoms are,
what
rather
number
it's a measure
for
of how
COVID is.
transmissible
I think it's a few.
The infection is, and as a result, we can use it to work out what's required to stop an epidemic.
I'm kind of curious.
One of the ways we can stop epidemics is using vaccination.
Vaccines!
Now, you might think that to stop a disease, you need to vaccinate an entire population, but actually this isn't the case. Of course, if you vaccinate someone, it protects them and stops them from getting infected. But because people who are vaccinated can't pass it on, vaccination also stops the chains of transmission.
Yay!
And that means that this can create a protective barrier, which actually stops the epidemic
Fuck
spreading
you,
within a
diseases.
population. Say the basic reproduction
Measles
number
has
of
been
infection
coming
is 2.
back.
This means that in a
Yay!
fully
We love when
susceptible
infectious
population,
diseases
each
make
infected person
comebacks.
will on average
Yay!
give the disease
No.
to 2 other people.
I like when
But if
cool
50% of the
pop stars make
population are
comebacks,
vaccinated,
not
each infectious
old-timey
person,
diseases,
on average,
bro.
will only be able to give it to one
Like
of
it's
these 2
measles, bro.
people, and this
Imagine getting
means that the
measles in
epidemic
2024.
wouldn't be
That's
expected
cringe.
to grow over time. This is known as herd immunity. Herd immunity means that as long as a certain proportion of the population is vaccinated, the disease won't be able to transmit within that population.
Yes.
We've seen that if the basic reproduction number R0 is 2, we'd need to vaccinate half the population to
Oh,
stop
so
disease
the number
transmission.
of the
And by the
population
same
you
logic,
need to
if
vaccinate
R0 is 3,
depends.
we'd need to vaccinate 2/3 of the population.
Ah.
If we keep going, for
That
highly
makes
infectious
sense, actually.
diseases like measles, we need to vaccinate 17 out of every
18?
18 people.
Holy shit, measles is super contagious. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I guess that's why as soon as the vaccination rate slips even a little bit, you hear about measles cases. That makes sense. Okay, wait, let me rewind this a little bit.
Every 18 people, or about 94% of the population, to stop transmission.
Yeah.
Herd immunity is especially
Very easy to
useful
fuck that
for
up when
protecting members of the
94% is
population
the
who can't be
threshold.
vaccinated, perhaps because they're too old, too young, or have vulnerable immune systems.
Yeah, so some people can't
If
get
they're surrounded
vaccinated,
by people
obviously.
who have received the vaccine, then that can protect them from infection. If, however, people forgo vaccination, then the herd can no longer protect these people.
You
This
stinky
means that the population as
non-vaccinators.
a whole can be vulnerable to outbreak.
Stinky measles
So far, we've
carriers.
just been talking
Imagine
about
getting
averages.
measles,
One of the
bro.
big challenges in my work is incorporating
I didn't
some of the
realize how
complexities
contagious
of
measles
reality
was.
into
Holy
these mathematical
fuck.
models. Vaccines are an
That's
incredibly
insanely
powerful public health
contagious.
tool, and the best way to protect populations against disease is to make sure as many
Imagine
people
getting
are
measles in
vaccinated
24.
as
Like, that's
possible.
actually
We don't run the
so
risk of slipping
embarrassing.
below
We
this
gotta start,
vaccine
instead of
threshold
trying to
for herd
educate
immunity.
people, we gotta start just making fun of them, right? Like, bro, you let your kid get measles in 2024? Holy shit, bro. That's fucking embarrassing, bro. What the fuck? That's so cringe. Yeah, wait, that's really interesting. I'm kind of curious what the, what do they call it? The R0, like how transmissible COVID is. I think one of you said it was like 5 to 10. And then obviously it becomes less when people are vaccinated. Let me think. I'm trying to think what topic I want to move on to next that's kind of related to this. I don't know. I think vaccines and herd immunity and stuff is like very interesting. Now I kind of want to watch some stuff on like measles though, because like what the fuck is that? Actually, I'm kind of interested in okay, so you know how you guys have to get like a flu shot every year, right? You know how some vaccines you get them as like a baby and then you never have to get them again, but then you have ones that are like the flu where you have to get a flu shot every year. I don't know how much you guys know about why that is. I don't do flu shots. You know what? I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, but I think it's important to get a flu shot. But hey, you know, that's my opinion. I'm more concerned about measles and polio, cause like ain't no way we let those make a comeback in 2024. Okay, that's actually fucking insane. But yeah, so oh god, I don't want to do like a whole infectious disease lesson here or anything. I might try to pull up a video on it too. But basically, long story short, some viruses mutate a lot and some don't really. And so if they change and mutate a lot, then your old immune system doesn't work for it anymore. And you need to get a new vaccine that better matches the changed version of the virus. So that's why some, like the flu shot, you have to get every year because the flu changes a lot year to year. It does a lot of mutating, rearranging, stuff like that. And other ones, they don't do that. So you're good to go once you got it once. I rarely get it anyways. I don't really need it. God. This is like the fallacy though. That's like the thing, is that most people are getting flu shots, especially depending where you live. Like a lot of people get flu shots and are very protected, so you don't even realize sometimes people will be like, oh, you know, even when I don't get like my flu shot, I don't get the flu. That's because of herd immunity. That's because the people around you are getting their flu shot. And you should also be contributing to that herd immunity if possible. But I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. What's that one game where you make a virus and try to take out the world? I don't know. I feel like I know what you're talking about vaguely. Game where you make a virus or a disease. Plague Inc. Is it called Plague Inc? Plague Inc? Oh, you said, okay, you found, okay. I Googled it and that's what it came up with. Can I play it? Where do I get it? Get it now. Is it a free game? Guys, should we be playing? Oh, it's like a mobile game. I guess I could still get it. I want to make a disease. I want to make diseases. I want to kill everybody. No, actually, I do want to see if there's a video on how like the flu stuff works, because that is kind of interesting as well. There's a desktop version. Oh shit. Let's see what it says. Available for Windows Phone on Windows Phone Store. Wait, okay, I might have to just search Plague Inc. for PC, guys. Do you guys want to make a disease? Do you guys want to make a disease? I think that would be fun for us to do. Oh, it's available on Steam. Wait, is it free? Does it cost money? It's $19.99. Guys, I'm poor. Guys, I am so poor. I will save that for later, though, because I think it'll be fun to make a disease and kill everybody. Like, I want to play God. I want to kill everybody. What the hell? Yeah, okay. How does, No, actually, I feel like if I search, why do I need a flu shot every year? Because this stuff is also quite interesting. TED Ed. Oh, this could be good. Yeah, this one probably explains it pretty well. This one's 5 minutes long, but I honestly feel like it'd be hard to explain in less than 5 minutes. I fucking love viruses. They're so
All
interesting.
year long,
Hate getting them.
Researchers at hundreds
Love
of
learning about
hospitals
them.
around the world collect samples from flu
Blah.
patients and send them
Blah.
to top virology experts with one goal: to design the vaccine for the next flu season. But why do we need a new one every year?
Good question.
Vaccines for diseases like mumps and rubella
Not
offer a
mumps,
lifetime
bro.
of
Imagine
protection
getting
with
mumps in
2
2024.
shots
That'd be
early
so
in life.
embarrassing.
What's so special about the flu? 2 factors make the
Wasn't
flu
there
a
an
tough
episode of
target.
like Brooklyn Nine-Nine
First, there are
where
more than 100 subtypes
I think it
of
was
the
Captain
influenza
Holt
virus,
and
ones in
what's
circulation
the main character?
change
What's his
from
name?
season to season.
They got mumps.
And second, the flu's genetic code allows it to mutate more quickly than many other viruses.
Yeah, see what I
The
said.
flu spreads by
Mutates very
turning
quickly.
a host's own cells into viral production factories. When the
True.
virus is engulfed by a host cell, it expels its genetic material, which makes its way to the nucleus. There, cellular machinery that normally copies the host's genes starts replicating viral genes instead, creating more and more copies of the virus.
Actually insane
New
that viruses do
are
this, by the way.
repackaged and crammed
They
into the
literally
cell
make
until
your
it
cells
bursts,
replicate them.
sending freshly minted influenza
Actually
viruses
insane.
out to infect additional cells. Most viruses follow this script. The trick with the flu is that its genetic material isn't DNA, but a similar compound called RNA.
Whoa!
And RNA viruses can mutate much faster. When cells synthesize DNA, a built-in proofreader recognizes and corrects mistakes, but the RNA synthesis mechanism doesn't have this failsafe. If errors creep in, they stick around, creating new variants of the virus. Why is this a problem? Because vaccines depend on recognition.
Yeah.
The flu
they
vaccine
be
includes
different.
some of the same
They
substances
like changed
called
their
antigens
hat. They
found
put on a
the
disguise
surface
or
of the
something,
virus
basically.
itself. The body identifies those fragments as foreign and responds by producing compounds called antibodies, tailor-made to
Antibodies.
match the antigens. When a vaccinated person encounters the actual virus, the pre-programmed antibodies help the immune system identify the threat and mobilize quickly to prevent an infection.
Viruses, yeah. Honestly, vaccines are basically just like a training program for antibodies. It just makes your body already know what to look for. I think it's still mostly unknown what a virus actually is, like what it's made of and how they form. They say it's undead and a form of protein. From what I remember from my virology courses, I don't even remember, that I took when I was in university, there's honestly not really consensus on whether viruses are technically classified as living things or not, because they meet some of the requirements that people typically say for things to be considered a living thing, but then other ones they don't really. They're kind of weird that way because they're not like their own little thing, right? Like, so bacteria, for example, a bacteria is a cell, right? It's a cell just like how we have cells, right? It's got like a little outer membrane, it's got a little nucleus, it's got the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. Actually, I don't know if bacteria have a mitochondria. I just wanted to say that. But you know, they have like their own little self-contained thing. They replicate their own DNA and stuff, and they do, you know, mitosis and stuff to replicate themselves. Viruses don't really have that. They're like these funky little things. They're like kind of like DNA or RNA or whatever their genetic material is, encased in some protein, and they don't replicate themselves. They stick onto whatever cells they infect, and they inject their genetic material, so their DNA, their RNA, whatever it is, into your cells or whatever cells they infect, and they make your cells replicate their shit for them. So they can't really replicate or survive on their own. They're weird. They're very weird. In the same way, fungi freak me out because they are neither animal nor plant. I mean, they're definitely living things though. They're a lot less weird than viruses, I would say. So like, they do know a good amount about viruses, but they just, nobody can really decide, or like there's not really a good consensus on whether they consider them living things or not. And it's why some viruses are really hard to get rid of, because you can't always kill them very easily with normal methods of like disinfection, because since they're not living, they're not as susceptible to, you know, certain things like heat and stuff, because they're like just a little guy. They're just a little bit of genetic material wrapped in some protein, like a little virus burrito. They're so weird and yet so interesting at the same time. And they've taken, like, they have like fancy microscopes, like electron microscopes, I think would be what they would use. And they've taken pictures of viruses. The most interesting ones, I think, picture-wise, are bacteriophages. These are probably the ones you've seen like pictures of. They look like funky little guys. Let me find the cute little picture. They kind of like cute, low-key. Literally, there's literally a recommended search for cute when I type in bacteriophage. Wait, they made him so cute. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys this. The cute bacteriophage. Guys, look at him. He's so cute. But see, like, this shape with like the weird little middle and like almost like little leggies. This is actually what they're shaped like. I'll find like a more sciencey picture. Bacteriophage virus electron microscope. I'll show you guys what they look like on a microscope, all fancy like. So this is what they look like. See how they got like that funny little I don't even know what shape head that would be. And then they got like the weird little body with the little leggies. This is like an actual image. These aren't viruses that we get, by the way. They're called a bacteriophage, which is just a fancy name for virus that infects bacteria. So these little guys do that funky stuff to bacteria. They literally infect bacteria. But yeah, look, they're like shaped like this. They're really cute. They're adorable. Not all viruses are so interesting shaped, but this is my favorite one because I think they're very fun shaped. You know, look, they got like little legs. They're like a little guy. I want a plushie like this. I think they'd be very cute, actually. I used the same friend-shaped image for a project. Look, it makes them look so cute. See, I don't think... What are other viruses even shaped like? Because this is my favorite, but I don't know. Let's see if they have a picture of... Guys, pick your favorite virus. Pick your favorite virus. I don't know if you guys know. Actually, I wonder if they have a picture of the cold virus. What does that look like? Electron microscope. Yeah, that's not as fun looking. It's just like a little blob, really. I guess. I don't know what's the best picture here. It's not very exciting. Rhinovirus, yeah, that's what it's called. See, this is what it apparently looks like. Not very cool, not very cute, not very friend-shaped. See this little guy? Friend-shaped. This, the common cold, just kind of ugly looking, honestly. That was very cutesy. My favorite virus is Xana? What is Xana? What does that mean? I read and watched so much about Ebola in high school and it freaked me out. I remember learning about Ebola one time, and that shit sounds horrifying, by the way, because it basically makes all your organs hemorrhage, aka just like die and bleed. And once you get infected with it, there's like a really, really high mortality rate. Okay, you guys want to learn about Ebola? Now I'm about to go on my Ebola arc. And it's really interesting, but also fucking terrifying. And I'm glad it's not something that infects a lot of people. It's pretty difficult, honestly, to get infected with it, I think. I think most viruses that kill people really quickly and at an incredibly high rate don't transmit as well because the people are dead. And also, yeah, Ebola, pretty rare. There's not a lot of cases of it these days. Ebola mortality rate. Mortality rate is high as 80 to 90%. So that's good. You just become a bag of blood and leak blood everywhere. Yeah, it's fucking horrifying. I remember, I think, learning about it in high school, biology. I had a really cool, interesting biology teacher in high school, and I remember him talking about Ebola one time, and I was so horrified by it. Okay, are we gonna watch a video? You guys want to watch a video about Ebola? Wait. There was another one that I was just thinking of. Oh my god, it escaped my brain. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Ebola, very interesting. We should watch something about it. Also, prions, guys. You guys gotta know about prions. They're so interesting, so fucking terrifying, but so interesting because they're not a bacteria and they're not a virus, but they can kill you. Anyways, you guys want to learn about Ebola? I've given up on this flu shot video. Basically, flu mutates very quickly, and they have to get a new vaccine every year so that it actually works. Malformed proteins that kill your brain. Terrifying. Exactly. I love them. They're so interesting. Would hate to get one. There's a couple like prion diseases that I know about off the top of my head. One being, I think it's usually called mad cow disease. I think it has another technical term, but that's what most people would know it as. Okay, anyways, we'll come back to the prions in a moment. There's another one that I forget what it's called. I want to say it starts with a K or something, and it's not very common. It's not very common. Not that mad cow disease is very common either, but it's even less common. I think when I learned about it, it was like isolated to this one specific tribe, maybe somewhere in Africa. And the only reason it's really transmitted between them is because I think part of their ritual when somebody dies, I think they like consume part of their flesh or something, or like something in their ritual exposes them to the prion disease that the dead person had, and that's like the only reason that it even still gets transmitted in this, like, I don't know. I'll try to figure out what it's called, because it's very interesting and probably not something any of us ever have to worry about, which is my favorite part. Don't eat brains, guys, even as a cultural dish. Yes, I think that's a good rule of thumb. I think that's a good place to start. Okay. What do we search here? How does Ebola work? All right, give me like a cute little animated thing, because I don't want graphic, awful, horrible things. Probably either this one or this one looks kind of cute. The Ebola virus explained. Yeah, let's watch this.
What makes Ebola so dangerous? How can a virus overwhelm the very complex defense system of the body so quickly and so effectively?
Fuck you, that's
Let's
why.
take a look at what Ebola does.
I like the cute music. Let's talk about how Ebola kills you. Do, 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 do.
Ebola is a virus. A virus is a very small thing.
Yes.
A bit of RNA or DNA and a few proteins in a hull. It
A
has no
little-
ability to do
a
anything by
little
itself
genetic
whatsoever
burrito.
and can only survive and proliferate by infecting
Kurtz,
cells.
yeah,
To avoid
probably
this,
that.
We have the immune system.
I just remember
The
it started
immune
with a
system is
K.
super complex, so we developed a visual system
Hello,
that makes it easy to
KLBR.
understand. So
Kilbur.
it looks like this. Let's concentrate on the part that's critical to understanding Ebola
Yeah, the
and
immune
ignore
system
the
is
rest.
fucking complex.
So,
I took a
usually,
whole
dendritic
course
cells would activate an
on
army
it
of antivirus
and only learned
cells,
a
support
fraction.
cells and antibody factories that would, together with the guard cells, wipe out the infection in a matter of days. But when Ebola strikes, it directly attacks the immune system.
That's rude.
Some of the first cells it takes over are the dendritic cells.
Fuck the
brains of the
dendritic
immune
cells, I
system.
guess.
The Ebola virus enters a dendritic cell by binding onto receptors for cell transport. Once it's inside,
Actually,
it
I really like
dissolves
this
its outer
picture.
hull,
Okay. Wait, where's this little picture?
The Ebola
Okay, this is really interesting. Okay, so see how the little protein on the outside of the virus gets attached to the little receptor on the cell, and that's how it like sneaks its way in. See how there's these little proteins on the outside of the virus? So what they do basically to make vaccines, in case you were wondering, it's obviously a little complicated, but they pop off these little fellas, right? The little proteins on the outside, they pop those off, and they kind of feed that to your body. So the infectious part is what's inside here, the genetic material. That's the stuff that you don't want in your body. That's the part that actually makes you sick. But they just pop off some of these little things on the outside, and then they show it to your immune system like, here, we don't like this. And your immune system takes notes. Your immune system's like, yes, noted. We don't like this. We will get rid of this when we see it. So you're basically training your immune system with this part without introducing it to the actually infectious part. And then when it encounters the full thing and it sees this again, it goes, hey, fuck you. And then it gets rid of it. That's a very simplistic version of what they do, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So when people say that they got a vaccine for something and it made them sick with that thing, that's literally impossible, because the vaccine does not contain the infectious part. Well, I will say almost every vaccine does not contain the infectious part of the thing that you're being vaccinated against. It only contains these outside parts to teach your body to recognize it, okay? So when people are like, oh, I got the flu shot and then I got the flu. No, you didn't. Well, if you did, it wasn't because of the vaccine. Because, like, yeah, you could technically get the flu around the same time you got the vaccine. That would just be unfortunate.
Virus enters a dendritic cell by binding onto receptors for cell transport. Once it's inside, it dissolves its outer hull and releases its genetic material, nuclear proteins, and enzymes. In a nutshell, it takes over the cell, disables the cell's protective mechanisms, and reprograms it. The cell now becomes a virus production machine and uses its resources to build Ebola viruses. Once the cell is saturated, it dissolves the cell membrane and millions of viruses are released into the tissue. The virus not only prevents the dendritic cell from activating the specialized antivirus forces, it manipulates
Look at those virgin T cells, virgin T cells and virgin killer T cells. Where's the Chad T cells? Where's the Chad not virgin T cells? I'm so unfunny, it's crazy.
Signal proteins that trick the specialized cells into ending their own lives prematurely.
The virgin T cell versus the Chad T cell.
And unable to react, while the virus rapidly
I'd be
multiplies.
a great biology teacher.
We're talking billions. There are cells that should deal with infected cells, the natural killer cells.
Those are no fun.
But they also get infected and just die before they can prevent the disease from spreading.
Damn, that's messed up.
At the same time, Ebola infects the guard cells of the body, macrophages and monocytes. Not only managing to circumvent their defenses, it also manipulates them to signal to the cells that make up the blood vessels, telling them to release fluids into the body.
Ew.
Usually this makes sense, but in this case, it just causes mayhem. All over the body, neutrophils are activated, awoken by the virus and the macrophages' signals. They're not very effective against viruses and should not be involved in this fight and begin to do lots of stuff they shouldn't do. The neutrophils signal the blood vessels to release more fluid, causing internal bleeding. Another area of the body Ebola attacks is the liver.
Internal bleeding.
The virus finds it very easy to enter the liver, and it quickly starts killing loads of liver cells and causing organ failure and more internal bleeding.
So fun.
And all of those things are going on at the same time. As the virus spreads, it's like nukes exploding everywhere. One incident of this in one region would be problem enough, but now it's starting to happen everywhere at once.
Yay!
All
organ failure and internal bleeding everywhere.
Infections work against you.
Yay!
And the virus continues to spread and finally begins to infect more and more body cells while the body desperately struggles to stay alive. In a desperate last effort to turn the tide, the immune system launches a cytokine storm.
Oh, fuck.
A cytokine storm is an SOS signal that causes the immune system to launch all of its weapons all at once.
Just like fucking throw everything at it.
This hurts the virus,
just nuke
but
it.
leaves behind
Nuke the whole
tons of
thing.
collateral damage, especially in the blood vessels. Paradoxically, the healthier the immune system, the more damage it can do to itself. More and more fluid leaves the bloodstream. Blood pours out of every opening of the body. You become seriously dehydrated. There's just not enough blood left to supply the organs with oxygen, and cells begin to die.
Yikes.
If you reach this point, the chance of you dying is very high. Currently, 6 out of 10 infected die from Ebola.
Oh, 6 out of 10 isn't that bad.
Okay, Ebola is nasty. So it's time to panic, right?
Better than I thought, I
not
guess.
even close. The severity of Ebola gets papers sold and YouTube videos shared, so everybody is talking about Ebola. But currently, the only way to get infected by Ebola is to come into contact with the bodily fluids of a person who shows symptoms or from an infected rat. So, just
I hate this image, bro. Just, yes, tasty Ebola blood. That's not how it happens, okay? Well, hopefully not. If you're fucking dumb enough to do this and you die of Ebola, that's just a skill issue at that point.
don't do that. Ebola has killed 5,000 people since June 2014. The common flu kills up to 500,000 people each year. Malaria kills up to 1 million each year. 3,000 people every single day, 10 children since this video started.
Damn.
So, even if Ebola is terrible and scary,
it is very scary,
don't let yourself
but not
be
very
scared.
common.
The most infectious thing about Ebola is the media hype around it. You could learn a bit more about the immune system, though.
I love the immune system. Axolotl! So cute. So cute. I love the immune system because sometimes it just fucking fucks you over. It's so cool and so fun. Did you know that the reason you get a fever when you get infected with something is because it's your immune system trying to kill it by heating up your body? It's all fun and games until the fever gets too high and then you get brain damage. Like, the human body is simultaneously so fucking smart and so fucking dumb. It's like, yes, we raise the body temperature to kill the virus, to kill the bacteria. Oops, we raised it a little too high and we gave you brain damage. Sorry. Fucking hate it, but it's so interesting. Okay, you guys want to learn about prions? They're very interesting. Fun when your own body says fuck you from either trying to help or it just attacking itself. Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting too, because I mean, that's just when you get infected with something and then you have like a whole bunch of different autoimmune diseases, which is basically your own body attacking itself because it's fucking dumb. And don't get me started on allergies. Allergies are just your body overreacting, your immune system overreacting to a completely benign thing. Like, oh, peanut butter, oh my god, why would you eat that? Now I have to die. Like, what is wrong with you? Why would you do that? It's actually so interesting, but so funny when you think about it sometimes. Like, mostly it does a good job of doing what it's supposed to, but sometimes it's just fucking dumb. All right. Prion diseases. These are very interesting. Also horrifying. They're not very common, though. Okay, which one of these looks the most interesting? Not the fucking super sciencey shit, bro. Not the fucking structurally accurate fucking protein structured diagrams. Nobody wants to see that shit. Are prions truly impossible to destroy? Oh, that's 24 minutes long. Nobody wants to watch that. The disease you will never survive. Okay, yeah, let's watch this.
There's a type of disease that infects a person's brain, is incredibly hard to detect, can kill extremely quickly, and has no known cure.
Yay!
Hi, I'm Lisa, and this is Minute Yikes.
Yikes!
These deadly, incurable diseases all start with proteins.
Yay!
Proteins are really long chains of smaller molecules called amino acids. Through intricate molecular origami, these chains get folded into complex 3D shapes that enable them to do all sorts of jobs in living things, like transporting oxygen throughout our bodies.
Yay!
But on occasion, the origami goes awry and a protein gets folded up wrong. Generally, the body just clears the misfolded protein away, but not in the case of one specific protein in the brain. For reasons we don't totally understand, if one of these proteins misfolds, it persists and goes rogue. Whenever it comes across another protein of its type, it will refold that normally functioning protein into the same shape as itself, starting a massive
It's just
chain
called
reaction.
peer pressure.
Not only can these misfolded proteins no longer do their job, they also start stacking up into massive clumps within nerve cells, which block the nerves from sending out signals. Without these crucial signals, all sorts of body processes go haywire, causing everything from memory loss to organ failure. This disease, called Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease,
oh yeah, that's the
inevitably
fancy
leads to
name
death,
of
often
mad
in a
cow
matter of
disease.
just weeks or months. These rogue proteins are called prions, short for protein infections. Prions can get into a person's brain in a few ways. Most of the time, it happens by sheer chance, a random case of molecular origami going awry. But the misfolding can also, very rarely, be encoded in a person's DNA. You can't catch prions like other contagious diseases, unless you actually eat infected meat. And that can indeed happen.
Yikes.
Normally with cows infected with mad cow disease, which is the bovine form of Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease. Sheep can also get it. Then it's called scrapie. And in deer, it's chronic wasting disease. In each of these diseases, it's the same brain protein that's the culprit, but it's misfolded
funky
in a
little guy.
slightly different way. And it's the misfolding that makes prion diseases so tricky. After all, prion Prions are molecularly identical to proteins that normally exist in our body. They're just folded differently, so it's hard to even detect prions in the first place. And to treat this disease, we'd need a way to go in and either destroy or refold all those misfolded proteins. And that's technology that scientists haven't figured out yet.
That's fucking complicated.
Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease is extremely rare. It's just as common as being struck by lightning. And actually,
okay. It's as common as getting struck by lightning, but you know what's way cooler? Getting struck by lightning. Especially if it doesn't kill you.
Recently discovered that prions aren't all bad. For example, when a particular protein in a yeast cell misfolds, it makes the cell walls stronger, which helps the cell survive harsh conditions. And that misfolding can be passed along to other yeast cells. So while the chain reaction triggered by a simple misfolding is really dangerous in some circumstances, it can be a lifesaver
the
in
virgin
others.
prion versus the
prions
Chad
are
prion.
so hard to detect and so poorly understood, we need to keep working to unfold their mysteries. While we're still far from understanding prions, we've made huge strides in studying proteins in general, thanks in part to DeepMind, this video sponsor and leading AI research lab working on some of the hardest problems in science. Until recently, researchers were only...
It's getting a little too sciencey. We no longer wish to watch this. We like watching cute animations with very simple explanations. But yeah, basically, it's a misfolded protein. This is fuck you to all the other proteins like it and misfolds them too, and then you die. I don't know actually what the mortality rate is. Hold up. Mad cow disease mortality rate. I feel like it's really high. I feel like you don't really live through these. Death occurs in nearly 70% of patients within a year of onset. The mean survival is 4 to 8 months, with 90% of patients dying within a year. Okay, so I think everybody who gets it dies eventually. It's just a matter of how quickly. Seems like most die within a year. So that's fun and cool. Luckily, it's not common at all. I think that's the fun part about all these really scary diseases, is that they're like super uncommon. You don't hear about them ever. Whereas like the common cold, because it's not super serious, it's very easy to pass on. Respiratory illnesses in general, I think, are very easy to pass on. Somebody just like breathes on you funny or coughs in the same building as you, or like sneezes, 3 blocks away from you, and you can catch it, right? Whereas like, somebody dying from Ebola is not going around spreading it. They're like lying down, dying somewhere. What was that other one I wanted to show you guys? Something, it was a prion disease. Something with a K. Prion disease K. Forget what it was called. K. I'm trying to figure out what it was called. Kuru? Oh, among the 4 people of Papua New Guinea? Yeah, Kuru it's called. Kuru. All I can think is Kuru. Yeah, okay. Prion diseases, Kuru. Is there like a nice interesting little video on this one? Because yeah, it's like isolated to like this one specific group of people. I thought it might have been a tribe in Africa, but it's apparently a group of people in Papua New Guinea, which is I need to brush up on my geography because I don't know where that is. It's very hard to get people with a cold to not come near you, or at least wear a mask. Yeah, it's unfortunate because I wish they would, because I remember learning in probably one of my infectious disease courses in university that basically if everyone actually did stay home and stay relatively isolated, even when they got a minor illness like a cold, the disease itself, so in this case the virus that causes the cold, would be forced to basically stop causing symptoms if it wanted to continue replicating. Because basically what would happen is only people with extremely, extremely mild infections to the point where they basically didn't have any symptoms would be going out and passing it on to other people if people with symptoms stayed home. So those ones would very quickly overtake the ones that actually cause lots of symptoms because they would spread more. And since like viruses and bacteria replicate extremely quickly, they go through like generations in a couple days. They evolve very quickly. So if people actually stayed home when they were sick, basically the diseases would stop causing so many symptoms, because if they cause symptoms, they would die off. That's like the simplistic version of it. But yeah, we'd basically force them to evolve to be less symptomatic if we just avoided going out when we were sick. Easier said than done, obviously, because some people can't really afford to stay home. People don't make enough money to take a couple days off. If they take a couple days off, they're not going to be able to afford their bills. So I understand. Some people are just weird though. Some people are like, oh, I'm super like strong and dedicated to my job and whatever, so I go in even when I'm sick. You're an asshole. If you are financially capable of taking a couple days off when you get sick and you choose not to, you're an asshole. You're an asshole. That's my opinion. If you're willingly going to a job that you can afford to stay away from for a couple days and infecting other people just because, you're an asshole. Obviously, not everyone has that option. Obviously, some people can't take a couple days off because they have bills to pay. But some people just be doing the most for no reason. I promise there's no attendance award at your job. Probably. If you're my coworker and you come in sick, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Okay, not really, but like, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't like when people do that. Okay, let's see if there's like an interesting... No, that's mad cow disease. It's very similar, but it's just like only in this one specific group of people. Debunking a rare prion disease. There doesn't seem to be any interesting videos on this one. I want like cute animated videos, but since this one's so rare, probably not a lot of people making videos on it. It is very interesting though. It is very interesting. I hate how people are now like, hey, it's not COVID, it's just a cold. And it's like, okay, yeah, stay home. And yeah, because like we don't really have any way to prevent the common cold from spreading besides staying home, staying away from people, wearing masks, right? It's not like you can get vaccinated for the common cold. We don't have any treatment for the common cold. Yeah, it's not super serious in most people, but also there are some people who can die of a common cold. And so personally, I think we should just stop spreading it as much as possible. Like, yeah, you might just have a little sore throat and a bit of a cough and a sneeze, but somebody who's immunocompromised catches that, they could end up in the hospital and they could potentially die. So if you can, just stay home. I always take, if I get a cold, I'm a big bitch baby. I take it as an excuse to just be like in bed and like full out rotting and doing absolutely fucking nothing. Like, I'm like, oh, I don't get sick very often, and I don't really let myself properly rest probably as much as I should, which is why I'm always in this like weird state of burnout and exhaustion. So when I actually do get sick, I'm just like, well, I'll just rot in bed for a few days until it's gone. I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. Not that I normally do. But yeah, I always just stay home and use it as an excuse to catch up on some show and take a few days. Like, usually if I get a cold, I'll probably won't stream for at least a few days. You know, it depends, because usually you get like a sore throat and stuff, and obviously yapping for several hours on end is not gonna help a sore throat. So usually it's an excuse for, or not an excuse so much as like it forces me to take half a week off from the yapping when normally I wouldn't, right? And so then I just end up sitting around catching up on some shows, watching like some movies, you know, doing really nothing. And I think that's what most people should do when they're sick. Do nothing. Catch up on some shows that you haven't watched. Or if you truly must work from home. There's no reason for you to go into an office and get everybody else sick. Nobody wants to get sick. As for people not being able to take a few days off work while they're ill, it really is a country problem. Yeah. Which is why I'm saying, like, obviously I understand not everybody's in a position to take that time off. So I'm obviously not going to sit here and be mad at people who can't take that time off because they don't get paid for their sick days. They don't make enough money. Like, that's, you know, its own separate thing. But there are people who make plenty of money, or they're salaried or whatever, or like they could take a few days and work from home, right? Because they have like an office job that could be done from home, right? And like, so those are the people I'm kind of annoyed with when they willingly go into work sick, when they have the option not to do that. Because like, literally, what are you trying to prove by doing that? Like, you're just trying to prove that you're tough because you get sick and you go to work. Like, okay, if you weren't infectious to everybody around you, like, okay, do whatever you want, but you're exposing everyone you come into contact with whatever the fuck you have. So if you want to be miserable and sick and come to work just because you don't want to take some time off, you know, that's cool if you're not infectious. I don't care if you have, you know, you're hungover and you come in. I don't give a fuck, okay? But like, you're infectious, you're affecting the people around you, you're just being an asshole at that point. I don't know, that's my opinion. I don't like illnesses. I take public health very seriously. I mean, I think it comes with the background that I have, the education that I have, right? Like, I'm very educated on diseases and public health and vaccines and blah, blah, blah. So like, I know what I'm talking about. So when I see people spewing some nonsense, I'd be like, like, I just want to like, you want to like yell at them and be like, no, you're wrong, you're saying stupid shit, you're gonna get people killed, no. So you can imagine me during like, especially the initial stuff with COVID, where people weren't taking it seriously. We're like, why do I have to wear a mask? You know, oh, it's just like a cold, it's not that bad, you know, whatever. People died. People died. Like, many people died. Like, and people couldn't be bothered. They were so offended at having to wear a mask, of all things. And I'm like, really? You're literally saving people's lives by just wearing a stupid little mask on your face when you leave your house. Is that really asking too much? Right? I don't think that's asking a lot. And the funny thing that those people infecting other people hurts the economy more in the big picture. Yeah, exactly. Like, the economy will be totally fine. Everything will keep running perfectly fine if you're away for a few days. You are one person. There's no one person that is that important. Like, even if you're the CEO of a company, I'm pretty sure if you disappear because you're sick for a week, the company will not disappear and fall into, you know, disarray, and the whole thing will be in shambles. Like, especially, I'm pretty sure if you're like a CEO of a company, you can probably work from home if you must anyways. Like, a lot of your stuff is probably meetings and talking with other people. You can probably do that through Zoom. You'll be okay. Like, I don't know, maybe people are overestimating how important they are to their workplace. Because I can guarantee no one is that important to any workplace. Honestly, your workplace probably doesn't give two shits about you, honestly. And so the fact that you risk your own health and everybody else's health to go into work sick for that company that probably doesn't give two shits about you is kind of sad, really, if you think about it. Like, I know that no company I work for is gonna give a fuck about me, so I'm not gonna give a fuck about them. Like, if I'm sick, I'm staying home. I don't care. Oh, that inconveniences us. Okay, well, me being sick inconveniences me, so I don't know what to tell you. You'll live. We should have done what Florida did. Wait, what did Florida do? I'm not super familiar about how the US in particular handled COVID, because obviously I'm Canadian, and I think our government handled it relatively well with like the masking regulations and stuff, you know, and the COVID benefit, right? So people who lost their jobs because of COVID, they just pretty much right across the board gave people $2,000 a month so that they could like live, even though everyone was out of work because of the pandemic and stuff. So I don't know. I think Canada did a pretty good job, you know. I don't know, from what I know. I don't know how the US handled it specifically. I'm a little dubious from what I've heard. I don't know if they left it up to the state, like individual states or something either. I don't know. I don't know. I fear that they may not have taken public health as seriously as they should. It's also being forced into work by assholes who are like, you're sick, come in or you're fired. They legally can't do that, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, at least in Canada, and from what I know of in the US, they can't do that legally. They can't force you to come in when you're sick, question mark. There are labor laws. They have labor laws. I don't know what they are in the US, but they can't actually do that. I've had workplaces pull that shit. They're not actually allowed to do that though, but a lot of people don't know that. And so obviously they fall for it, right? Especially like some of the jobs I've had, like the customer service jobs, where obviously if one person can't come in because they're sick, like it sucks a little bit for everybody else because you're short staffed and you have to work a bit harder, right? I would rather be short staffed than have somebody come in sick. Okay, if you're ever my coworker, just stay home. I don't care if they can't fill your spot. I do not care. I would rather work a little extra that day, a little extra hard, than get fucking sick because you came in. Okay, stay the fuck away from me. Do not breathe in my vicinity. Stay the fuck home. But have you ever had one of those jobs that's like usually customer service or some sort of minimum wage job like that, and you call in and you're like, I'm sick, I can't come in today, and your manager tries to pull the shit where they're like, oh, you have to find someone to replace you for today or you have to come in. They're not allowed to say that. At least here, I know they're not allowed to do that. They're the manager. It's their job to try to find somebody else to come in. Your job is to tell them you can't be there because you're sick and then hang up and go rest and get better. That's your job. And they can't fire you for doing that, by the way. Not legally. They can try to find some other reason to fire you if they really want to, but if they really want to fire you, they'll pull some bullshit regardless, so I don't know. And oftentimes trying to fight it just costs too much for people to try to. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think a lot of places, I think a lot of workplaces are really shady and shitty. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Actually, I think I was talking to my sister about this the other day. I don't know if this is a thing wherever you guys live, but at least here, so if you work full-time, if they hire you as a full-time employee, they legally have to give you benefits, right? Like dental coverage, whatever the else. I don't know what else cover. I don't know. I don't have that. But they legally have to give you that if they hire you as a full-time employee. So what they do is they hire people as part-time employees, but they can make them work like 39 hours a week as a part-time employee and still not have to give you benefits. So that's what a lot of these places do. They hire everyone as like part-time, but make them work basically full-time hours. They just can't have them scheduled or working more than like 40, or then they legally have to count them as like full-time, which I think is some bullshit. I think part-time, if you're hiring somebody as part-time and not giving them benefits and stuff, I don't think you should be allowed to work them at full-time hours. Like, I think if you hire somebody part-time, the maximum number of hours you should be allowed to give them should be 30 or less. If you want a full-time employee, hire a full-time employee and give them benefits. Like, they're just so cheap and shitty. Like, they have all these stupid fucking loopholes to just fuck people over. It's so obnoxious. Part-time is under 30. I'm not sure, because I know here, at least from what I've been a part-time employee and they've had me working basically 40 hours a week. But because I was filed under part-time and because I wasn't working more, I wasn't working 40 or more, they didn't have to give me any benefits. And I was like, oh, cool, fun, awesome, love that, thanks. So I don't know, it might be different depending where you live, because obviously I'm Canadian and I think that's pretty standard across most of Canada as far as I know, but it might be different if you're from the US, and it might be different state to state in the US. I'm not sure exactly how it works there, but that's a very common thing that employers do, and I think it's really shitty. Like, hiring a bunch of people under the like part-time so they can't make enough to live on. I mean, honestly, even if they were full-time, they probably couldn't, but you hire them, make them work 30 hours a week or 35 hours a week or whatever. They're basically a full-time employee, but they don't really make enough to live on. They don't get any benefits. They probably have to pick up another part-time job unless they live with like 3 roommates or something. Like, it's actually insanity. It's horrible. They schedule you for 40 hours, but they give you 30-minute lunch breaks, so you only work 37.5 hours. Therefore, you don't get any full-time benefit. Yeah, basically that. And I think that's garbage. I think that's some bullshit. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. And I hope it changes in the future. I don't really see it changing anytime soon, but I hope that it does, because I genuinely think anyone working 30 or more hours a week at a job should be getting benefits from that employer. Like, that's actually insane. Like, what's even the point of having a job at that point? Like, what do you, 30 hours, like 20, 30, 35 hours a week? Like, at least from what I can gather with the minimum wage, is not really enough to live on, let alone pay for dental care on your own. I had to cancel a dentist appointment I had this week because I can't afford to go to the dentist. I made an appointment because I haven't been to the dentist in a couple years, so I wanted to get like checked out, get a teeth cleaning, get the x-rays and stuff that I'm due for. I had to cancel it because I can't afford it. I think if you're working 30 or more hours a week at a job, they should pay for your fucking dental care at the very least. At that point, you're just trying to get out of the house, and it just comes with the perk of filling your gas once every 2 weeks. Oh, like 20 hours a week. Yeah. Or you're just trying to make like a little extra money on the side. Like, it's very common for like students, like high school, college, university students, to work, you know, somewhere between like 10, 15, 20 hours a week on top of school, so they can have some extra money to like buy stuff, pay for school, whatever. And then also, you know, some people as adults, they may not have to have a full-time job, or I can see it being like someone who's previously like a stay-at-home parent or something, but their kids are getting older, so they don't really need to be there all the time. Like, their kids are in school and stuff during the day. Maybe they'd pick up a part-time job like that for some extra money, just like get out of the house, interact with other adults during the day, you know, stuff like that. That's like what I imagine people with part-time jobs, or like me trying to get like a part-time job at Lululemon so that I can have some extra money and get a discount on their pants. You know, like stuff like that, right? So yeah, I think if you're working like 10, 15, 20 hours a week, yeah, you don't necessarily get benefits. I think that's fair. But I think if they're scheduling you for 30 plus hours, if they're basically scheduling you for 40 hours a week, but then giving you unpaid lunches so that you're not technically working 40 hours because they're shitty like that, I think those people should be getting benefits from their employer. It's weird that they're allowed to get away with not doing that. It's kind of weird. I don't know why that's legal, but apparently it is. Dentist prices are so absurd, and it seems the statement is true for every country. Yeah, dental stuff has always been expensive. And I mean, most people have coverage, maybe not most people, but a lot of people have coverage through their employer, or like their spouse's employer covers their stuff, or like if you're under the age of 18, you're under whatever coverage your parents have. And here, at least, the way it worked was as long as I was in school, I was covered under my parents' stuff until I was 25 if I was still in school, which I was. And so I didn't have to worry about that stuff up until that point. So I got like my wisdom teeth out and stuff before I was 25 while I was still in school, so that it was covered under like my parents' stuff. I think it was also partially covered through like my school's insurance, so I didn't have to pay anything out of pocket up until that point. And then after that, my coverage has basically been non-existent for dental stuff. So I've had random part-time jobs here and there. I mean, there was like COVID, so basically I think around when I was 25 was when like COVID was a thing initially. I don't know. I don't remember how old I am half the time. I have no concept. I don't want to do the math. But basically around the time I was like 25 and I like got out of school, COVID was a thing. So I didn't really have like a proper job during that year or two. And then since then I've had like random part-time jobs when I can find them and get them. And obviously they don't give me dental benefits, so I haven't really been to the dentist very much in the past few years. But I was like, I probably should just make sure I don't have any like cavities brewing and stuff. So I made an appointment, got a dentist, and then I had to cancel it because I don't have $300+ to pay for it. So I'm gonna try moving the appointment to maybe like the new year, because at the very least my parents usually give me a bit of money for Christmas. So worst case scenario, I can use the money they give me for Christmas to go to the fucking dentist. You can't live off of $15 an hour, nonetheless minimum wage of $8 jobs. Yeah, I mean, what's the minimum wage in the US? Is it like $8? I don't know. Here in Canada, last I checked, it was $15.50 an hour was like the federal minimum wage, I think. The Canadian dollar is a little not as good as the US dollar, but our minimum wage is still better than yours. It's still not as high as it should be if you take into account like inflation, cost of living and whatnot. It should be closer to 20, I think, but I guess it's better than 8. But yeah, even still, working 40 hours a week at that is not really much to live on, especially like the cost of housing. The cost of housing is fucking insane these days. I think I was saying one week, I think we looked into how much they're renting out like my apartment building apartments for these days, because like I said, we have rent control. For the most part, Canada housing is rent controlled. I think for buildings built in like the last couple of years, it's not, for some odd reason, but I live in an older building, so that's not a concern. Federal is $7.25 USD. That is like nothing. What the fuck? Who's gonna live off that? God damn. That's so little. What the fuck? So yeah, my apartment's rent controlled. We've lived here for years. They can't raise the rent more than a few % per year. So currently we have a 2-bedroom apartment, me and my sister, and it runs us about $14.50 a month. And then we pay for electricity and internet separately. So $14.50 Canadian. I think that's not too insane for an apartment, you know, split between 2 people. We're paying like $7.25 each. Not horrible. I can barely afford that. But I looked online because I was kind of curious, like if I wanted to move into this apartment building now, like if I was, you know, moving and I was like, oh yeah, let's move into this apartment building, you know, looks snazzy, nice area, whatever. $17.50 a month is what they're advertising my same apartment, basically. $300 more a month people are paying if they move into this building now than what we're paying because rent controlled. Actually insane. So, okay, imagine you're making minimum wage. Actually, I'm about to do some I'm gonna run the numbers. Hold up. Let me double check the minimum wage here too. I don't know if it's changed. Canada minimum wage. Oh, it's gone up? No. What is the... Oh, it's $17.30 per hour. Okay, so they did up it a bit. Okay, that's good. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay, that's not actually horrible. Still, I think technically should be higher given like the cost of stuff, but I'm glad they have raised it a little bit since I last had a job that was minimum wage. Okay, so apparently it's $17.30 an hour per hour. All right, where's my calculator? We're gonna do some quick maths. Calculator. All right, so let's say you're working 40 hours a week. Also, how much do you get taxed? I don't look up the tax rates. All right, so you work 40 hours a week. How many weeks are in a year? 52. Actually, let's just do by month. So 40 hours a week. What is there? 4 weeks in a month, right? Roughly average. Okay, so 160 hours you're working per month at $17.30. So if you work full-time, minimum wage, before taxes, you make 2,768 Canadian dollars. How much do you get taxed though? Canada income tax. How much do you get taxed? Normally it's like automatically taken off, so I don't even know. I'd just be like, yeah, fuck it, take whatever you need. Personal income tax rates, income tax rates, Canada. I don't know. I just needed to tell me really quickly how much I should deduct from this number. Me just like, I've got a sheet for this, just give me the number. Bro has got a spreadsheet for everything. Oh, okay, is this what I'm looking for? Okay. So on the portion of taxable income that is 55,867 or less. So if you make less than like $56,000 a year, it's 15%. I'm pretty sure if you're making minimum wage, let me just double check. Yeah, you're making like 33,000. Okay, so we're doing 15% tax rate here. Okay, so if we do minus our 15% tax, then you have $2,352.80 per month that you get to live on. All right. Average 1-bedroom apartment, Canada. What is the average cost to rent a 1-bedroom apartment? Everyone just finished their taxes a month or two ago, so everything is accessible. Yeah, I'm just looking for like a rough estimate, more or less. I don't need exact numbers. I'm just trying to get like a decent understanding of what stuff gets you. Okay, Toronto, 2.2K a month for a 1-bedroom. Okay, don't live in Toronto. Vancouver, 2.7K. Okay, awesome. Can't afford that. On minimum wage. The average cost of a 1-bedroom apartment in Canada in 2024 was $1,922, up 13.4% year over year. Okay, that's great. That's great. So if you're working full-time, minimum wage, your money that you're taking home after taxes is $2,352.80, and the average 1-bedroom apartment is $1,922. So if you get a 1-bedroom apartment for yourself, each month you are left with $430 for everything else. So whatever your electricity bill is, your phone bill, God forbid you want to eat. Greedy little glutton. That's fucking insane. That's actually insane. No wonder everybody has to have a roommate these days. It's actually crazy. So yeah, good luck. Good luck renting a place by yourself on minimum wage. Basically is the moral of the story. What were the numbers? Which numbers? Which numbers? So the amount, the take home after taxes, full time, minimum wage, 2,352 Canadian dollars. And then the average 1-bedroom apartment in Canada, 1,922. So if you wanted to get a 1-bedroom apartment, you're left with $430, which is not a lot of money because that's everything else. That's everything else. I'm pretty sure just on groceries each month, one person could easily spend, what, $500? How much do you guys spend on groceries per month? How much is the average phone bill? I'm pretty sure a relatively cheap phone bill would be like $40 a month. Just if you want to like text and call. God forbid you want any data. And then how much is internet? We pay like $80 a month for internet. We split it between 2 people, so it's not as bad. And then I think when it's not summer, when we're not running air conditioning, we pay another $80 or so for just general electricity. Okay, so let's see. So you pay your $80 electricity bill, you pay your $80 internet bill, you're left with $270. And okay, let's say you have a cheap phone plan for $40. Now you're left with $230. Okay, now you have to go to the grocery store and you have to figure out how to spend $230 on groceries and nothing more for the month. And God forbid you have anything come up. God forbid you have a car payment. God. See, this is why I don't have a car. I don't make no money, so I don't have a car because I can't afford a car payment. I can't afford insurance payments. Can't afford nothing. So yeah, basically you can't afford a 1-bedroom apartment. The moral of the story is that if you're living alone, making minimum wage, don't get a 1-bedroom apartment. Go get a boyfriend or a girlfriend or something, and y'all can rent the 1-bedroom apartment together. And then it's a little more reasonable. What do they say when you rent a place? What's it supposed to be, like a third of your income that you spend on housing? So wait, what was the take-home amount of money again? It was like 2,300 and something. I kind of forgot. It's like 2,300 roughly. So 1/3 of that would be 767. Yeah, good luck finding somewhere to fucking rent. Good luck paying under like $1,500 a month for anything. To be fair, with the car thing, from what I'm aware of, Canada isn't too bad if you don't have a car. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a car. Like, public transport is quite accessible. Lots of sidewalks and easily accessible walking stuff. I mean, like, everything I need is in walking distance. Like, I walk to the grocery store most of the time. If the weather's bad, I either wait or I just take the bus. There's like 2 different buses that come down my street that go different places. So yeah, very accessible public transport. It's a lot more common here probably to not have a car than it is in the States, I'd imagine, just because, you know, public transport is a bit more accessible. Walkable cities is a little more of a thing. Like, I've never lived somewhere that I couldn't just walk most places or like take a bus. So yeah, I think it's more common for people not to have cars, though a lot of people do still have cars. It's definitely still way more convenient to have a car, and so I think a lot of people still do. But yeah, if your budget's super fucking tight like mine is, yeah, you can just not have a car. It depends, because obviously some people have jobs that they have to commute pretty far to. So sometimes it's a lot more beneficial for them to have a car, or their job requires them to have a car and go places. So it kind of depends. But yeah, I'd say if you can not have a car and save yourself the expense of like a car payment and an insurance payment, and then God forbid anything happens to your car and you have to get it repaired. God, that shit's so expensive, right? But sometimes, you know, it is very convenient to have a car. Most places outside the US is so much better in terms of public transport. Yeah, no, from what I can gather, obviously I don't have the first-hand experience as much as I do for Canada, but from what I gather, like, Europe's pretty good for public transport and stuff like that. I don't know why. Why is the US allergic to public transport? Why do they hate it so much? Why don't they put in public transport? There's probably a reason, I just don't know what it is. Public transport isn't too bad if you're downtown here, but where I'm at, like, it's good luck unless you pay for a ride. Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's some public transport in big city areas, like super urban areas. I mean, like, New York, I think public transport's relatively a thing. I don't think it's as common to have a car in, like, New York City. It seems like a real hassle, actually, to have a car in New York City. But for the most part, from what I can gather, most people just drive or have cars. because it's way easier. A lot of lobbyists. What the fuck even is a lobbyist, really? I know kind of what they are, but they just sound like assholes who just try to get the government to not do stuff or do certain things that they want them to do. Like, what actually is a lobbyist? Here in Texas, Southwest Airlines has actively lobbied against high-speed rail systems between the cities. Why are they allowed to do that? Because obviously they don't want high-speed rail systems. They're a fucking airline. They make money off of people not having other options to get places. How are they allowed to do that? That's crazy. What the heck? Also, kind of funny that you're from Texas. I was in Texas in June. And I probably will be back in Texas in November. Stay tuned. I'll be inside of your state. Think about how much our taxes are. Thank people like TurboTax and people like them. How much are y'all's taxes? Wait, what are American taxes like? American tax rates. The US currently has 7 federal income tax brackets with rates of 10%, 12%, 22%, 24%, 32%, 35%, and 37%. Okay, so what's the 10% one? So if you make between $0 and $11,600, that's taxed at 10%. It's not the rates, it's how much of a pain in the ass they are to do. Oh, are they a pain in the ass to do? Wait, how do you guys do your taxes? Because how I do my taxes is I just go online and I forget the name of it. There's like an online thing where you can do your taxes. Kind of like TurboTax type of vibe, maybe? Like a little online thing, except it's really easy to do to some extent. Not for me, because I have extra stuff I have to fill in since I'm a streamer and I make money as a streamer. But if you're just a normal person with like a normal person job and your employer just sends you like your tax forms, they usually do it online too. So we have the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency. That's like the website you can go on to. They have a website, you have a login, and they have all your tax forms on there. And when you go to do your taxes, you just on this website where you're doing your taxes, you log into your CRA account and it gives you the option to just automatically import all your tax forms and read all the info off them. And then you just have to kind of skim through it, make sure it picked up all the right information, just double check that it's like accurate. Sometimes there's like some questions you have to answer, like, you know, I don't know, were you out of the country for X amount of time this year, blah, 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 whatever nonsense. You have to like answer a couple questions, check everything's accurate, and then you just submit it. And then it's like, yeah, your estimated return or owing or whatever the fuck is this amount based on this form. It's like super easy to do. Not so much for anyone who's like self-employed or like streamer stuff, because you have to like keep track of stuff. You have to like, it's all this extra stuff that you have to do. It's not just like handed to you on a tax form from your employer. But for most people, it's like really simple. It's still not that complicated. I just have to do some math, basically, and submit some extra stuff to prove the stuff that I'm reporting, basically. It's just slightly more annoying. But yeah, overall, it's relatively easy to do in Canada. We have to do that manually or hire someone to do that shit for us. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. I would probably, I don't know, depending, I'd probably just make somebody do it for me if I could, depending on how much it costs though. and how complicated it was to do yourself. Yeah, I'm glad that ours is simple. I'm glad that there's like an easy way to just do it online for the most part, and you just have to verify that it pulled the right information, which it's usually pretty good at. Since it's all like online to begin with, it just imports it and pulls the info from it. And I don't think it's ever made a mistake for me. And I'm like, great, good job, submit. Yeah, pog. What's funny is that if we fuck up, then it gets a lot worse. But here's the funny fucking thing. The IRS already fucking knows how much we fucking owe. Yeah, that's about right. I will never understand why they can't just tell you how much you owe in taxes. Like, what is the reason? Probably lobbyists, right? If I had to guess, is it lobbyists again? Is that what it is? It's always yeah, lobbyists. That should be fucking illegal, right? Because it's like you got the airlines lobbying against high-speed rail. You've got these tax website people, whatever the fuck TurboTax and shit qualifies as, lobbying against convenient ways to do your taxes. Or like easier, better system for taxes. Like, oh yeah, here's a letter. You owe this much. Thank you. Have a great day. That makes sense. Love the idea of lobbyists. What the fuck is that? That's like a conflict of interest if I've ever heard of one. Yay! TurboTax and H&R Block. We have those too. I don't know how commonly used they are, given how easy it is to just do stuff online yourself. But again, like I said, if you're self-employed to some extent, which is pretty much, I don't know, it's pretty easy to be self-employed. Like I said, anyone who like owns any sort of business, if you run like an Etsy shop that makes money, if you're a streamer that makes any money, like anything like this, it starts to get slightly more complicated. And me being the broke bitch that I am, I just looked up how to do it myself. And it's not too bad. It just involves calculating some stuff and whatnot. But yeah, so those kinds of people probably benefit from going to a place that does it for you and checks over everything. Mine's not too complicated. I can just write off some stuff as expenses, but you have to make sure you keep track of everything. Like, you have to have receipts. Like, if you're saying you have all these expenses, if they come and audit you, you have to be able to prove it. Obviously, you can't just be saying whatever you want. Welcome to the States, where there's smart and helpful thing to the people hurt the 0.0000001%, so we can't have it. That's so bullshit. I mean, that does happen here to some extent, I'm sure. But from what I can gather, it's just worse. It's just worse for America. They want you to calculate your taxes on your own, so you tell them about what they could have missed, or if you miscalculate, you can pay more. Yay! That makes absolutely no sense, and it's so stupid. I don't understand. I don't know. It's so weird. Do you guys have it where if you're like employed by someone, it just automatically takes like a certain percentage off of each paycheck? And then usually you're kind of squared even when you do your taxes? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. I like that, because if I had the money to begin with, I would end up spending it because I'm poor. I'd like just never give it to me in the first place. Just fucking take it. And if you have to give some of it back to me because I'm poor, it'll be like a little Christmas in April. Yay! You know. Welcome to Why the Fuck I Want to Leave, not adding the rest of the shit that goes on here. I can imagine. Like, no offense to America, except a little bit of offense, but I know it's not y'all's fault. Yeah, your country doesn't seem like the best place to live. It's funny to me, though, there is people, Americans, that unironically think they live in, like, the best country in the world. Like, your military is the best military, and you are a very powerful country, but by a lot of different metrics, not really a great place to live. Like they have like rankings for stuff, right? So like cost of living, I'm trying to think of like kind of stats that they look at when they're like saying like quality of life. I guess like where you rank on like housing costs or like cost of living, income, average income, stuff like that. You look at the numbers, and the US doesn't do that good. The US is not that great. I'm not saying that Canada's the best, because I don't think Canada always ranks particularly high, but I think we consistently rank a bit better in overall quality of living and, you know, costs and stuff, and quality of like healthcare and stuff. And we have like lower like mortality rates for like women giving birth and stuff like that. How are you gonna be the most powerful country in the world and have some of the worst maternal mortality rates? Like, that's actually crazy, by the way. Like, I forget the exact ranking, but given the technology and whatnot that the States has, how low they rank for stuff like healthcare related is like really sad. It's atrocious, honestly. Yikes. I want to go to Europe so bad. Honestly, some places in Europe seem quite nice to live in. From what I can remember hearing, it seems like a lot of Nordic countries are quite high ranking on like quality of life. I forget which ones specifically, and I don't know if they're all pretty similar. I'm trying to remember. There's like one. They always seem to be doing some interesting things. Starts with an F, I think. Can't remember the name of it, but they do some cool stuff over there, and they have a really high quality of life for their residents, which is nice. Because us being heartless fuckwads allows us to be the power that we are. Can't you guys be like slightly less heartless and still have a massive fucking military? Like, isn't that like what makes you guys so powerful? Is that you just have like a super huge military and nobody can like do anything because you'll just like threaten them with violence. Finland! Yeah, it's Finland I think I was thinking of. Last I saw, which I don't know, I don't like look into it. It just like comes across maybe like my Twitter once in a while. They usually rank pretty high for quality of life from what I can gather. I don't know, actually. Let me see. Quality of life ranking by country. Who is at the top and why? Best countries for quality of life. I don't know what a reputable source for this is. Okay, so I don't know really how they determine this, but according to this website, number 1 is Denmark. Number 2 is Sweden. Number 3 is Switzerland. Number 4 is Norway. Canada's number 5. Canada's a little higher than I thought it would be. Finland number 6. Germany number 7. Australia number 8. Netherlands number 9. New Zealand number 10. Crazy how you don't see America there. Actually, where does America rank? If I recall, Finland has the most taxes, but at least the taxes go to things that the people want. Yeah, no, that's like when people are like, oh, tax is bad. I'm like, yeah, they get taxed relatively high, but their healthcare is covered. I'm pretty sure they have a universal basic income of some sort. They have like a lot of stuff like that where it's sort of like, I'm trying to think what you would call it. Social fallbacks, I guess. So like if you like become unemployed or can't get a job for whatever reason, like you can still afford to live, right? Like stuff like that. It's quite nice. Their minimum wage is high, relatively speaking, right? So even like, you know, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, they get taxed a bit higher, but they still live very well because of the way that they've set stuff up, which is cool. All right, where does America rank? I'm looking for America. Iceland's up there. Nice. I've been to Iceland. It's quite nice. Just kind of in the middle of the ocean, though. So I feel like stuff's a little expensive in a place like that. Oh, number 22. The United States is number 22. That's higher than I would think. I guess, honestly, I guess it's probably better than third world countries, right? Not a lot of those. I was thinking like 37. Yeah, honestly, 22 is higher than I would have thought. Better than Singapore and Poland, apparently. A couple above China. Good job. Good job, America. You guys are slightly higher than China. I'm just saying that because I know some reason America hates China. I don't really know why exactly. Probably political reasons. You've been to Iceland. I'd like to hear about your experiences there. It was really nice. I was only there for like a week, but it was really beautiful. Like the landscape and everything was really nice. I wasn't even there in the summer either. We went in October one year. God, this was so long ago. This was like literally like 8 or 9 years ago. But it's really beautiful. The food was really good. Everyone we talked to was like super nice. It's like really not super populated. Like we would drive for like a long time and then encounter like a tiny little village with like maybe a couple hundred people. So like it's really not super populated, but everyone there was like super nice. They must be used to tourists and stuff because I think it's a pretty popular destination to travel to. But yeah, everything was like super nice. Stuff was a little pricey. Probably partially because of the conversion rate though, because what is their currency? I'm trying to think if it's, no, I think it's different than what most of Europe uses. Anyways, the Canadian dollar is kind of so stuff was like a little expensive, but Alaska and Canada will probably the closest you can experience Scandinavia if you guys don't want to leave America. Yeah, Canada's okay. I mean, according to this website, Canada's number 5 in overall quality of life. And I think that's fair. I definitely think Canada belongs up there, maybe like top 10 or 15 for sure. My main qualm with Canada right now is just like the cost of living. Mostly housing costs and the cost of groceries. I mean, other stuff's expensive, but you kind of need housing and food. Those are kind of two of the most important things you need as a human, right? A place to live and food. So my biggest qualms are with the cost of those specifically. Like if other stuff's expensive, it's not the end of the world because they're not basic necessities. But yeah, groceries and housing, I have a bit of an issue with here right now. They're definitely a bit high. But like I said, if you have a place that you live in already and you don't move, you're kind of okay because of rent control. But yeah, moving into like a new place, unless you absolutely have to, generally I'd say avoid it right now in Canada because it's bad. It's so bad. I've wanted to go to Scandinavia for so long, like the past 10 years at least. They seem nice. Like the countries over there seem quite nice. I've never visited that part of Europe or anything. I've only ever managed to go to Iceland and Ireland. And the only reason I went there, it was one trip. And my dad paid for it. And he took me and my sister. And we got to choose. So the location, or in this case, locations of the trip, we got to decide. He paid for most of it. Like he paid like the flights and the housing and stuff where we stayed while we traveled. And then any like fun stuff we wanted to buy while we were there, like I bought probably like a hoodie. You know, I like to pick up little souvenirs and stuff, so like stuff like that I paid for myself, or like sometimes like some of the food I paid for myself, but it was mostly not paid for by me because I would not have been able to afford it. So yeah, I haven't been to too many places, but I definitely would like to visit a lot of places in Europe. They seem very interesting. There's some really cool like scenery and architecture and people and cultures and stuff. I mean, that's like anywhere in the world, but I don't know. I think Europe is cool. I like Europe. I don't know. I'm very like weird. I'm very picky with like food and stuff. So I have to kind of travel places where I'm not going to have to try anything too different. Eventually, I do want to do more traveling, and like eventually I would want to branch out a bit more. But my first picks will probably be traveling a couple places in Europe. And then eventually, if I'm able to, I'll probably branch out to more places and do, I don't know, where do people like to travel to? Where have you guys traveled to that's interesting? I know lots of people travel to Japan. I like, you know, I'd probably travel to Japan at some point. It seems very interesting. Expensive. And I know several people who are either from the Philippines or their families from there, so like they go there semi-regularly. That seems like an interesting place to go. I'm not sure what else is like interesting. I like to hear from other people I know, and like firsthand or secondhand, I guess firsthand would be me going there, what their experience was like. Cause yeah, I'm kind of particular. I do like my creature comforts. I'm a little picky when it comes to food. Anything that's too hot, I might have a bit of an issue with. So yeah, I mean, like the Philippines I think is quite hot, so I might suffer a little bit if I went there. I love southern of France, the culture, or like southern Italy. Yeah, see, places like that would be really interesting. I like places with really cool scenery, which is why I was really big on going to Iceland. Ireland was also very scenic and very interesting, but part of why I wanted to go to Ireland was because my mom's family, they're from there. Like my mom and her siblings and my grandma and stuff, they were all born there. And I think they moved over to Canada when my mom was like 5 or something. So I actually have a bunch of like aunts and uncles and stuff that are in Ireland. I actually didn't get the chance to meet up with any of them while we were there because we weren't super close to where they live and not for very long. But yeah, so I wanted to go there and see what it was like there. It was very nice. Big fan of Ireland, big fan of Iceland. I would definitely go back to both of those places. I would love to go to Iceland, but I just can't justify the dent it would put into my financial stability. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and traveling is expensive. I wish I had more money because traveling is the one thing I would like to do. Because I'm like a homebody, right? You guys know I don't like to go outside very much. I keep to myself in my cozy little creature cave. And I don't go outside much, but I would go traveling. That's one thing I would definitely go very far outside for. I think going to other places and experiencing different cultures and different places, and I like taking pictures and I like the scenery and stuff. I just think it's cool. I think it's interesting, but it's very expensive. If all goes well, the trip next month will be my first outside of the States. Really? You've never been outside of the US? And their first trip is gonna be to come here? I'm very interested to see what you think of Canada when you come here. I think it's like, I don't know, the area I live in is pretty nice. It's very, I don't know, it's pretty standard Canada, I think. It's pretty much the same as anywhere else I've lived. You know, it's like got little houses and stuff, and got some like sidewalks and like some trees and stuff, and there's like some stuff to do, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty chill. I'm not sure it's like super exciting, but yeah. I hope you enjoy your stay when you come here. I will try to make it interesting and nice as much as I can. I'm with you. I don't like to go out much, but traveling can be fun. Yeah, like going out day to day is just not interesting to me. I mean, there's really not anything going on around me most of the time. Like usually if I'm leaving my house, I'm going to get groceries, or I'm like going for a walk, or like maybe I'm treating myself to some Starbucks or something. Like nothing really exciting. But when you're traveling, like everything is new, everything exciting, everything's different than where you normally are. So I think that's part of it. And like, I don't know, the world is really big. It's really cool to see as many different parts of it as you can, because there's just so many different things to see, so many different people, so many different cultures, so many things to see. It's big worlds. I wish I could go outside of state. Can't go outside of state? Like singular, or like the states as in the whole country? What does it mean if you can't leave your state? I feel like that's gotta be not good. Just depends on when I try to run back into the States, if shit goes south. Wait, why would it? What would you do? I don't need to hop the border. I can just walk back. How can you walk back? Like literally walk? I don't know how it works. Usually when I've crossed the border to the States, I've been in a car or a plane. I don't know. Can you just walk? Can you walk across the border? Roll up to the border thingy, the little kiosks or whatever you would call them, and you're like, just walk? Is there a walking lane? I've never done that, but I'd be interested if you can. I just like go walk across the border one day. I don't know how close I am to the border. I'll find my way to the border and then I'll walk across. I used to live like really close to the border, like when I was younger, to the point where me and my family, we would drive across the border for like a day shopping trip. We would just go shopping across the border and then come back. I don't live that close to the border anymore, but that was kind of fun because sometimes there'd be like stores that we don't have, and so I would buy stuff from there. And then you just bring it back and you just like, I don't know, they tell you how much you're allowed to bring back in terms of like how much you've spent. I don't know how closely they check that. You just like tell them how much you spent, and most of the time they don't question it, so I don't know how strict that is. I mean, if I go to the checkpoint so I can tell Canada, hey, I'm leaving, just I'm leaving, haha, and then runs back in. I don't know how it works. How long are you allowed to stay in a different country, like if you're just visiting? How does that work exactly? Because I don't think I've left Canada for more than like 2 weeks at a time, and I've only left for 2 weeks like once, and then I think any other time I've left has been for maybe a week max. So like, what would happen if I went to America and then I just stayed for like months? I don't know how that works. How long are you allowed to visit a different country before they want you gone? It depends on from and to countries. Oh yeah, that makes sense too, because I didn't know until recently, because I think I was talking about when I was going to Texas in June. Because I'm from Canada, I don't have to get like a what do they call it, a visa to travel, like a traveling visa to go into the States. I guess you can just go if you're Canadian, which I knew I didn't need to get anything special. But I didn't know if you were from other places that you did have to like apply for a visa to be able to travel to the US. which I thought was interesting. I'm not sure why. What kind of questions do they ask you? And what are they trying to, like, I don't know what the point is. Are they trying to figure out if you're trying to, like, go there and, like, stay illegally or something? I'm not sure how that works. They're not worried about me doing that, apparently, because I'm Canadian. And they're right. I don't want to stay there. I want to come back to Canada. I like it better here. I only visit there for very specific reasons. And yeah, so usually visiting people, like in the past, it's been like friends or family or stuff. Like we've done day trips for shopping and whatnot to the States before. I guess I would also travel to the US for like cons, anime cons, or like TwitchCon or something like that if I could afford to. You know, I'd go for stuff like that. I don't want to stay too long. I want to go for whatever I'm going for and then come back. I like Canada better, no offense. Depends. It's a month at most before it gets messy. Ah, okay, interesting. Interesting. How do they know? And what do they do? Like, okay, theoretically, if I went to the States and I just stayed there, would they be able to contact me and tell me to get the fuck out? Like, do they have like a way to contact me or something? I don't know how it works. They just call my phone and be like, leave our country. Oh, okay. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not gonna try that. I have no intention of going and staying, I don't know, for months in the US. I need to be here. This is where I make money. I live here. I pay rent here, okay? I'm not gonna leave for too long because I pay rent and I'd like to enjoy my home that I pay rent for. And my cats would miss me. My catos would be sad if I left for too long. They kind of got sad when I went to Texas last time. I came back and they were like so clingy, and both of them got like sick when I left. Both of them caught the sniffles or something like a few days after I left. I don't know, maybe they were just stressed out and so they ended up catching something, or I don't know what. Maybe it was a coincidence, but I felt kind of bad. But yeah, they were like very upset with me when I came back because I think they thought I died or something or abandoned them. Granted, my sister was still here with them, okay? There was still somebody in the house with them 24/7, okay? They were still getting food. They were still being taken care of. They were still being given attention. I just wasn't here. Just me specifically, I was gone. And I came back and they were like so clingy. Holy shit. I felt bad. I was like, sorry I left for a week, my children. You lived though. You lived. Flying into the US, they usually ask why you're there and how long are you gonna stay. Oh, that's true. That's true. I do remember when I flew into Texas, when I went there for a week in June. I remember going through, I guess it would be customs. And yeah, they asked me why I was visiting, how long I was staying. I think they asked if I had my return flight already booked and stuff like that. So yeah, I remember that being a thing. And yeah, because I guess they're trying to figure out if you're just gonna like stay. But I was like, I don't want to. I like my country better than yours. And maybe they know that. Maybe they know that about Canada. They're like, yeah, I don't see any reason why the average Canadian would want to come here and stay here. Low-key, their country is better. Plus, Nyx would have to clean. Oh, if I left for months? I wonder what would happen to my apartment if I left for months. Like, in terms of cleanliness. I fear I would come back to an absolute shithole. I don't know. I'm not trying to find out, honestly. I have no idea. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like to leave for too long at a time, especially since I have pets. I have my catos. Maybe if I didn't have pets and I had money, right, and I could just go and leave for like a month or something, I think it'd be fun to do like a, I don't know, like a month-long trip to Europe or something and go check out like a couple different countries or something. If I had the money to do that, y'all would not see me for a month. But in terms of like most of the time, like visiting the US or something to do something like a con or visit people or something, I have no reason to stay more than maybe a week, maybe 2 if I'm going crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I want to come back. My catos miss me. I miss my catos, you know. I like to think they miss me anyways. I don't know if they actually do, but they definitely seemed upset that I was gone for a week. Honestly, probably thought I was dead. I feel like pets don't really understand where we go when we leave. Like, even when you leave to go to work for the day, if you have a job outside of your home, I wonder what your cat or your dog thinks. Like, they just leave. Maybe they think you're going off and like hunting or something, right? I don't know. They probably don't have any idea of the concept of a job. Obviously, a bunch of freeloaders. I always call my cats freeloaders. I see them just sleeping all day, every day. I walk past them sleeping in the middle of the floor, and I just call them little freeloaders. I'm like, hello, my little freeloaders. How are my cute little freeloaders doing today? And they just be like, they're asleep. They don't respond. Or they wake up and they go, meow. And I go, yeah, so true. Thank you for your contribution to the household. I appreciate you. You are doing great work. Thank you very much. They think you're going off to hunt. What do they think when you disappear the entire day and you come back with nothing? Do they just think you're really bad at hunting? Day after day? They're just like, damn, this bitch can't hunt for shit. Maybe that's why some cats will bring you like a dead mouse, or worse, a living mouse, and drop it into your bed or something, or like drop it onto your lap, or drop it right in front of you. And they're like, look, I know you're stupid and bad at hunting. I got you this mouse. And you're like, thank you. Wow, that is so kind. Wow. Let me take that from you. Yay. Nom nom. Yeet. I remember one time at my old house that I lived in years ago. It was like I think it was an older house. Like, it had been built like decades and decades prior. There was definitely mice in the walls. And I remember one time my sister's cat, you guys know Mabel, the cute little potato cat. She's shaped like a little potato, a little chonker, very cute, fluffy little chubby cheeks, big round eyes, cute little cat. Anyways, one time I heard her running around like a little crackhead, and she was like going crazy. She's like, meow, meow, you know, just being like really loud, running around like a crackhead. And I was like, what are you doing? And I remember leaving my bedroom, and she was like there with a mouse, still a living mouse. The mouse was alive, and she had it in her mouth, and she was just running around with it, just meowing well, as much as one can meow with a mouse in their mouth, you know. And I tried to grab it from her. I went and got like a Tupperware container or something, and I was trying to like get it out of her mouth into the container so I could go like eat it outside or something. And she was like growling at me trying to take it from her. She was not wanting to give it to me. I had to wrestle her. I had to wrestle this fucking cat to get the mouse off of her. So she did not want me to have the mouse. She wanted me to starve and die, I think, is the moral of the story. But yeah, eventually I did get the mouse off of her, and I took it outside and dumped it on the grass. And it probably ended up back in our house at some point, but I wasn't gonna kill it. I don't want to kill it. No, I'm good, thank you. One time, one time I put a mousetrap in my house, and I don't know if this might have been before we had cats, because I don't remember. I'm not sure. Anyway, so we put a mousetrap in our kitchen, and one time it caught a mouse, except it kind of did a shitty job of catching the mouse. And so you know how mouse traps work, right? It gets triggered, then the little metal bar goes, you know, smacks down on the other side and kind of kills them in theory. Yeah, so instead of doing that, the mouse trap just caught the foot, or like the little leg of the mouse. And so this little mouse, this poor little mouse, had his little leg trapped in the mouse trap, bleeding everywhere, running around my kitchen, bleeding everywhere, trapped by its leg in the mouse trap. Yeah, that was horrifying. Awful. Did not like that. Had to kill the mouse. I forget how I killed it exactly. I think I like smacked it in the head with like a wooden spoon or something really hard. I don't know. I felt really bad for it. I wanted it to be put out of its misery as quickly as possible. Anyways, that was like the only time I ever used a mouse trap, and that was traumatizing. So I did not do that ever again. I actually hated that, bro. It was like the grossest, most horrifying instance, and I felt so bad for the little mouse, bro. Cause like it's one thing if they get insta killed by the mouse trap. It's another thing for them to just be running around in pain with their little leg trapped. Oh my god, the poor thing. Felt horrible. Felt so bad for it. What time is it? I was thinking today would be like a shorter stream potentially. It's been like, what, 3.5? Almost 4 hours? I don't know. Anyways. Do you guys want to listen to me yap for a bit more? Or do you guys want me to find somewhere to send you off to? I'm very tired. I'm a little more awake now than I was earlier. I think maybe the caffeine kicked in slightly. We had a very educational stream today. Guys, I taught you so much about Ebola and prions, mad cow disease. We learned so much today. Aren't you so glad that we learned about Ebola today? So now you guys can have nightmares about Ebola. Yay! I'm sure you guys are in no danger of catching Ebola. I think mostly that's isolated to small pockets in Africa, and pretty rare for it to make it outside of wherever it is. Once in a while, a case will make it back to the US and it makes like hella headlines. But yeah, usually it's not a big deal because it's really difficult to spread. Really difficult. Just don't get bitten by monkeys. Yeah. Problem solved. Just don't get bitten by a monkey. I don't think there's a lot of monkeys over in North America, and I think a lot of us are North American. Like Canada, US. The only monkeys you see here are in zoos, I think. I don't think there's any monkeys over here. So you're not gonna get Ebola over here. But yeah. Even if you travel to areas, it's still pretty difficult to catch stuff like that. But yeah, not fun if you do. Your yapping is cozy. Yeah, I mean, I feel like lately I've been very tired. So I'm definitely bringing a little less energy to streams. So when I'm yapping, it's more of like a chill yap as opposed to like a very, I don't know, excitable yap like I do sometimes. I just don't have a lot of energy lately, so y'all are getting lower energy streams. It is what it is. I like having the background noise. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty common. I think a lot of people just put a stream on in the background and just listen to it more so than watch it. I think it depends. I mean, especially for just chatting and yapping and stuff, I think it's very common for people to just put it on a second monitor and just listen to it, which is probably why people generally say that your audio is way more important than your video quality when it comes to streaming. Like, people can deal with kind of shitty graphics and shitty video quality, but if your mic and your audio sounds like shit, people will leave generally a lot more than if your video quality is bad. Obviously, ideally, your audio quality and your video quality is good, but sometimes when you're just starting out and you're trying to figure things out and you don't have a lot of equipment, it gives you something to focus on, or like what you can prioritize to improve the quality of your stream. And I can chime in here and there. Yay! Yeah, it's nice when you guys chime in. I like to hear your thoughts and your opinions on stuff. As much as it's, you know, fun to sit here and yap, I like having people chat back once in a while. Then it's like, okay, it's not as just me sitting in my bedroom yapping to myself. It's like, okay, there is somebody listening. All right, somebody does have a thought on what I'm talking about. Somebody does have an opinion. I might make another iced coffee after this, honestly. I know it's kind of late, but I kind of stayed in bed pretty late today, so I might have iced coffee. Well, I could make a decaf iced coffee. Maybe. I don't know. I need to figure out what to do with the rest of my night, because like I said, I stayed in bed kind of late, and so I haven't really done anything today. This is kind of the first thing I've done today. In theory, I should do something productive. Realistically, I'm not gonna do anything productive. Oh, I haven't even logged into any of my gacha games today. I should probably do that. Get my little login rewards and maybe do like some dailies and stuff. I don't know. Might not be the best idea to get coffee before sleep. Yeah, but I'm not gonna sleep anytime soon. But yeah, I probably shouldn't drink coffee. I might make a decaf iced coffee though, as a treat. Or I do think I have some boba stuff. I don't have the little boba pearls, but I have like the boba tea. So I can make some of that, either like a hot drink or a cold drink. I might see if Twitch decided to pay me yet. Maybe I can order myself a little treat, a little snack. Because it's still pretty early, so most food places are probably still open. I can get myself some chicken nuggets or something maybe, but I don't know. When I checked earlier, they hadn't paid me yet. Usually they pay me on or before the 15th, so I need them to pay me so I can get a yummy sweet treat. I've been so low energy, so I feel you. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just me or it seems like a lot of people. Like, I mean, I know my sister as well. We've both been really burnt out, low energy, exhausted, tired, whatever lately. But I mean, there are reasons for that for both of us. So I was like, maybe it's just us. But I have been hearing a couple other people say similar things. Maybe especially, like, I know some people are students, so if you just went back to school and you're getting back into, like, the routine of stuff, I can see that being a thing. That's not a thing for me so much, but, I mean, I'm always in some state of burnout at this point. It's just, like, to what degree is the real question. And so sometimes, like, some weeks, like this week and this month, really, I'm feeling like particularly burnt out and tired. Sometimes it's not as bad, but usually it's there to some extent, which sucks, obviously. It's like, I just want to be refreshed, you know? Would it kill my body to just wake up one day feeling refreshed, full of energy, motivated to get stuff done? You know, would it be so difficult for it to do that for me? And apparently the answer is yes, it would be way too difficult. Speaking of gacha, I logged into Honkai Star Rail and got Robin and Fei Xiao in less than 20 pulls. Yay! Congratulations! I skipped Fei Xiao, but I did pull for Robin on stream last week. Yeah. And I did get pretty lucky. I got Robin at 40 or 40 pity. I think 40 something pity maybe. And I won the 50-50. And then my first 10 pull on the weapon banner, the light cone banner, we got her weapon. So I was quite lucky for Robin, which I'm glad, because I have been waiting a while for her rerun, because I didn't get her last time. There was a lot of characters I wanted that came out last time, and I didn't have a lot of wishes saved for her last time. So we got very lucky this time. I was very happy. A little yum yum meow. Yeah, a little yum yum, a little snacky. But I can't check if I got paid from Twitch until I'm done streaming, because I have my bank's app on my phone, and I just log in there and it like, you know, just reads my face. I don't have to put a password in, but I use my phone to stream, so I have to wait until I'm done streaming to check if I can order a yum yum snack. Do you play Wuwa? I do. I have been playing Wuwa since it came out. I think I've logged in pretty much every day. There might have been 1 or 2 days here where I didn't play Wuwa, but yeah, I play lots of Wuwa. I like Wuwa. We'll probably play Wuwa one day this week on stream. Maybe. I have to see. Because I have quite a few of my little gacha games that I stream sometimes. I try not to stream only the gacha games, because I don't want to be, I don't know, stuck in a box of like being a gacha game streamer. Because as much as I do like my gacha games and I like streaming gacha games sometimes, I don't want people to think I'm only a gacha game streamer. So I try to balance streaming some of my gacha games with streaming other different types of games, or doing some just chatting stuff. Because yeah, I've definitely had issues in the past where if I stream too much of just my gacha games, nobody watches me do anything else, because I get too much of a gacha audience. And I don't want people to think that's all I am, because I am a variety streamer. And so yeah, I try not to stream all gacha all the time, because I want people to remember I'm variety streamer, not variety gacha streamer. Variety streamer. So much gacha games to play. I'm just sticking to Nikkei right now. I haven't been logging into Nikkei much lately. I feel like I've been slacking on a couple of my gacha games, and that's been one of them. I've mostly been focused on Wuwa and ZZZ and Star Rail. Those are like the ones that I usually do first. And then if I still feel like playing more of my gacha games, like I'm not like really tired and really low energy and don't want to do anything, then I'll do the other ones. So I have like Genshin, sometimes I'll log in and do some stuff on. I also do Reverse 1999, Punching Gray Raven, Nikkei. But yeah, so some I prioritize more than others, and it tends to be like the newer ones. But to be fair, Wuwa and ZZZ have like really fun combat, and for Star Rail it's just really easy to do dailies. I can just click auto battle and do nothing, so very easy to do those dailies. I mean, just chatting in gacha is almost the same as just chatting, kind of, but I also try to throw in some other stuff, like some pew pew games sometimes, depending on what I'm playing, or like we've been doing a little Deadlock lately, and sometimes we have like some collabs. I don't really have a lot of collabs set up for right now, because I kind of did a lot of collabs the past month or two, and I'm kind of tired. Socializing with other people and planning and setting up and executing collabs is a little more draining on me than just streaming by myself. It's been fun doing a lot of collabs, and I will still do collabs from time to time, but not as many. But it's nice to have a nice little group of people that I've collabed with before now, and if I want to collab with somebody again, I have a pool of people I can choose from who like I know a bit now and I've already collabed with, so I kind of have that. But I'm tired. I just want to come here and yap and do whatever. But yeah, I do some pew pew games sometimes, some, you know, like party games once in a while, occasional scary game, though sometimes you have to convince me to do those. I like easy PvE, not scary game. I should play Valorant again one day. I gotta see. I still haven't fully unlocked the new agent. I'm very close, because at first you can do it with XP, so just playing the game, but I gotta see how much time I left to do that, because I'm very close. But I got bored of playing it one day, and I haven't played it since. But Valorant's kind of like a funny game to stream, because you get some interesting people on that game for sure. Definitely some interesting moments. Honestly, low-key a horror game too, because the number of times I turn a corner and run into an enemy player unexpectedly and nearly shit myself is a lot. Some interesting kids and weirdos. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna do like a ton of collabs going forward, for the most part, except like we do have our VTuber siblings collab. We usually do one of those like once a month, and Lan usually does a lot of the planning and setting that up, so I just usually have to show up, which is nice. Everyone say thank you, Lan. Thank you, Lan. Everyone go follow Lan. Lan is a yapper like me. If everyone replies, yeah. I mean, I think I filled out the thing. I usually try to do it as soon as I see it, because I know if I don't do it as soon as I see it, I'm gonna forget. So I think I filled it out. I want to play Supermarket together. I want to play that because it's free, and also I really liked the Supermarket Simulator. Genuinely enjoy that type of game. Like just like very like calm, relaxing, organizing, you know, kind of vibe. Like same with Power Wash Simulator. I like that kind of thing too. So I don't know, I like very chill games. I like organizing and cleaning and stuff. I already beat Power Wash Simulator though, so maybe if I want to play it some more, maybe I can get somebody to play it with me, because you can play with another person. Maybe I can get Nyx to do that one day with me. I think that'd be fun. Or maybe Lan will play with me one day. We can do like some duo Power Wash Simulator. I know there's like DLCs you can get for it, so there's like other themed things you can clean, but they cost money. I don't want to spend money. Deadlock could be a fresher alternative to Valorant. Yeah, I probably will play Deadlock again one day this week. I'm not sure what day, because usually when I play Deadlock, I try to get some of my mods and whatnot to play with me. So yeah, so I'm not just playing by myself, but they also take the characters I want, so L. But yeah, actually I should look at some of the Power Wash Simulator DLCs. Maybe I can find a couple to buy. And then maybe I'll stream Power Wash Simulator one day, and I think that'd be fun, because I fucking love that game, guys. I shit you not, bro. That game is like therapy to me. Okay, I just fucking find it so satisfying to just clean all the dirt off of stuff. I finished the entire game, okay? I did the whole career. So now I can redo stuff that I've already done, which is not as fun to me unless I can do it with somebody else. Or I buy some DLCs and then we power wash. But yeah, maybe I'll try to do something stupid like that this week. Just like some Power Wash Simulator DLC type of vibe. And then maybe we do a little gacha gaming one day, and maybe deadlock one day. Somebody remind me, maybe one day we'll do a just catting stream. I'll set up the cat cam and we'll do just catting. We'll just yap but have the cat. I haven't done that in a while. I've honestly been too lazy to set up the cat cam. Also, my cat doesn't love me, so she doesn't even hang out with me, so I have to lock her in here with me. Is that what just catting is? I mean, it depends. I've seen like cat themed VTubers be in the just catting category when they're just chatting, but I usually do it like if I'll pull up like my cat cam, I'll set up my camera and face it at my bed and make my cat hang out with me, and we'll just like chat. And I have a redeem where I'll give the cat like a couple treats if chat redeems it. So we like give her some treaties once in a while. We can like play with her, have some toys and stuff, and we just chat and, you know, look at the cat because she's very cute. But I don't know, just catting's whatever you want it to be. I've also seen in the just catting category, like people will have kind of one of those streams where nothing's really happening. It's just like a camera showing like a cat, or like, you know how sometimes animal sanctuaries or people with like foster cats or something will just like live stream like the cat room or something, like stuff like that I've seen in the just catting category as well. But yeah, I use it to just yap and then have my cat on the screen. So it's kind of whatever people want it to be. It just depends. But yeah, I've definitely seen like cat girl, cat boy VTubers just go and chat in there. Currently, there doesn't seem to be a lot of streams in the just catting category. There's this person with like a cyberpunk cat room that looks kind of cool. Actually, I might pull this up. This is really cool. Is there actually a cat in there? I can't see the cat here. Yeah, so this is like one person stream in the just catting category. This is really cool looking, actually. See, they've got like a cat tree over here. I guess this is like another cat tree. They've got like a little, I don't even know, is this a cat wheel in like the middle back there? This is a really cool little cat room. Where's the cat though? I don't see the cat. They're probably sleeping somewhere. No cat. But yeah, so stuff like this where they've just got like a stream running of like a cat room with like cats and stuff, kind of like sometimes you see like certain zoos or animal sanctuaries will have like a camera running on some of their animals and stuff. So like there's stuff like this, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, not a super popular category, but it's kind of cute that it exists. And yeah, so I usually have like a cat cam and I'll just yap and we'll do like a just catting. I used to do it like once a week, but I got kind of lazy about setting up the cat cam. But I'll try to maybe do one this week, maybe on a day where I'm feeling kind of like sleepy, don't want to play a game, you know, we'll just hang out, just chat, just bother my cat for a few hours, you know. Cat saw the cool cat stuff and went to sleep in some cardboard box or something. Yeah, they're probably off sleeping in the box that stuff came in. Classic fucking cat behavior, honestly. I fucking hate that, bro. I mean, like, you get like a fancy cat tree for them, you spend like an hour or two putting it together, and then you like show them the cat tree and they jump off the cat tree and go sit in the box that it came in. And you're like, oh, good. Yeah, I'm so glad. Thank you. I'm so glad I spent $200 on this fucking cat tree. Like, god damn it. I hate it here. All right. You guys want to hear some more yapping tonight? Not from me, though. I think I'm just gonna send you off to Nyx's stream. Looks like she's just doing a little yapping stream, a little react Andying to some videos. I'm gonna make you guys her problem for the rest of the night. I think we're both tired today. We're both just doing kind of chill little yapping streams today. I have to like adjust my. Somebody remind me. Wait, what was I needing to do? Okay, I need to look at the Power Wash Simulator DLCs. And I need to make sure my stream schedule is updated for the week on Twitch. It might change, but I usually try to set it up to what I'm thinking at the beginning of the week. And then if it changes throughout the week, I adjust it accordingly. So I have to go make sure I update that. I feel like there was other stuff I said I wanted to do, but I don't remember. Time for me to sleep. Sleepy time. Yeah, I mean, depending on what time it is for you guys right now, and if you have to work in the morning, it might be eep time for you. But if it's not, you guys can go be Nyx's problem for the rest of the night. So we're gonna rate her. Oh god, she's watching like meme videos or something. Fucking love meme videos. Hongshu, me time. Yeah. All right, what do we want to do for a raid message? You know what I like doing for a raid message when we raid Nyx? So for context, for those of you that may be unfamiliar, Nyx is a cat girl VTuber. Also my sister, also my roommate, and she doesn't do the dishes ever. So sometimes when we raid her, I like to raid and say do the dishes. Also butthole chocolate. Butthole chocolate, also a good option. So additional context. Should I even give context, or should we just no context butthole chocolates? No, I'll give people context since it didn't happen on my stream. So yesterday I didn't stream, but I was on Nyx's stream. We were yapping for like 5 hours, and at one point I told her and her chat that you can get custom made butthole chocolates, right? They'll take a mold of your butthole and they will make a chocolate of your butthole, and you can give it to your partner as like a Valentine's Day gift or something, right? And I was saying that she should have merch of butthole chocolates. And I was like, I think the people would love to buy Nyx Nakota themed butthole chocolates, right? Even if it's just a generic butthole chocolate and you just package it with your face on it, I think the people would buy that. And everyone agreed with me because we did a poll. And so yeah, we're just gonna harass her continually about butthole chocolates. You guys haven't heard about the butthole chocolates? Wait, I wonder if I can find the website. I wonder if it's still a thing, because I remember seeing it years ago. Custom butthole chocolates. My poor search history. Edible anus chocolates. Edibleanus.com. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Probably. Yeah, actually little chocolates that look like little buttholes. Says eat my ass. Oh my god, wait, that'd be so funny. That would be the marketing, eat my ass, and it's like VTuber themed butthole chocolate. I should be able to send this link in chat, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you guys can send links, but it's my stream, so I can send links. You can also get a solid bronze limited edition anus for 480 pounds. You can also get a solid silver limited edition anus for 580 pounds. What a steal. What do you even do with that? You just like, is that you just put that on display in your home somewhere? I don't even know what you do with that. How did they even come up with that idea? I don't know. Honestly, they probably just watched a VTuber's stream one day, and probably a VTuber said some dumb shit. Like, imagine you could get a custom mold of your anus and then make it into a chocolate, and they probably laughed about it and then moved on. But someone out there was like, wait, that's genius. No, I don't know. They'll turn anything into a fucking marketable product. I swear to God. All right, what was the raid message that we used last night? Red, do you remember? It was like something butthole chocolates riot something. I don't know. Anus ale, wait, is that a thing? I don't even want to know, because at least the chocolates, it's just shaped like an anus. I dare not ask what anus ale is. Butthole chocolate riot raid. Okay, pog. We'll do all caps. Butthole. I can't spell butthole. Chocolate riot raid. Okay. What do we want for an emote? Okay, this one. This is gonna be what we do as a raid message to Nyx's channel. Most cursed fucking raid message. See, that's the fun thing about having a sibling, or I guess even like a close friend who's also a streamer and the VTuber. You can just raid their channel with the most unhinged fucking raid message and it's fine. If I did this to anybody else's channel, I fear I would get banned. But since it's her, I can get away with it. It's on the site. How did I not see that? I was too focused on the solid bronze and the solid silver anus. I didn't notice the ale. All right. I will try to remember to go update my schedule, my little schedule on my Twitch page right after this. So hopefully it'll be accurate to what the schedule more or less looks like for the week. I don't have any special plans this week. Like, I don't have any specific collabs or anything. So we'll probably just be doing regular 6 p.m. EDT streams. Probably Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. Something like that. Definitely tomorrow. I almost always do Monday streams. I like Monday streams. So I'll probably see you guys tomorrow at about 6. That'll probably be on the schedule. VTubers do it to each other all the time. Usually, if you're gonna be a little weird or like a lot weird, usually it's a streamer that you know somewhat. If I'm rating a completely new person who doesn't really know me and I don't really know them too well, I'll do something a little more normal. I don't want to scare people too much until I know their vibes. All right, I'll send you guys off to Nyx for the rest of the night. You can listen to her yap and react Andy to what looks to be cute, funny animals at the time being. And who doesn't love cute, funny animals? Okay, I hope you guys have a good rest of your nights. A nice, relaxing Sunday. I hope you guys sleep well and you'll have a good start to your week tomorrow. And I should see you guys tomorrow evening. Okay, bye-bye.